acknowledging that we meet on the lands of the Whadjuk people of the Noongar Nation and pay our respects to elders past, present and emerging. I'm slightly confused by the seating arrangement. Is it the councillors that have changed or the okay, I won't call you Councillor Loden, Councillor Warner. I was just trying to work out who was late and I was reading that it was Councillor Offlow, but he was sitting over there. Councillor Dan Loden, do we have any news on Councillor Loden? Running late, okay. So Councillor Loden is not an apology this evening, but we are expecting him to join us shortly. 5 minutes late, thank you, CEO. So without any further ado, we will go to public question time and receiving of public statements. Welcome to you all. Good to see you here this evening. For those of you who may not have attended a council meeting previously, this is time for public members to come to the microphone and make a statement or ask questions. If you would just like to come forward, state your name, the suburb in which you reside and the agenda item that you are dealing with this evening. We do time you to 3 minutes. It is important that we keep to time, particularly because we have a bumper edition agenda tonight, 33 items to get through. So if you would like to come forward, no set order, just whoever wishes to approach first. Welcome.
John Visca, 148 Chelmsford Road, North Perth. I'd like to talk on the item 9.16, the proposed lease of Hyde Park kiosk to Veggie Mama in Hyde Park. To all the City of Vincent councillors, since 1897, when the Third Swamp Reserve was gazetted as a Crown grant from the Forest Government, it has been free from permanent commercial enterprises. For 124 years, the park has been a low-key recreational space devoid of any commercial signage and fulfilled its role as was initially envisaged as a recreational space only. In acknowledging its historic significance, the Heritage Council of WA entered it onto the State Register of Heritage Places in 1998. And being concerned of the impact the awarding of a commercial contract will have on Hyde Park, has requested a heritage impact statement before it will consider the proposal. And it entails tree protection management policy by a qualified arboriculturalist, details of proposed excavations associated with service installations and upgrades, details of any signage, seat bins, shade installations, and so on that will have a visual impact. To maintain the integrity of the park as was envisaged when the land was originally set aside for the people of Perth, I urge councillors reject the proposal based upon a questionable public consultation and the impact of the ongoing expense that ratepayers will have to bear now and in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John. Next speaker, please.
Next. Hi, Lynn Oliver, North Perth. I'm speaking on the same topic, 9.16, Hyde Park kiosk. I object to it. I did the first survey that came out. I was very surprised. It only mentioned coffee. There was nothing about the historical, unique nature of the park and its place, important place in the landscape. I don't like the way it's been issued. It started off as a thin edge of the wedge type issue, and now I see in the voice that they're even thinking about liquor license. I don't agree with the exclusive nature of the Veggie Mama deal, and I don't agree with the cost to ratepayers. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Lynn. Next speaker, please. Sorry, Islam, I understood you wanted to do a deputation. They come after public question time. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Right, Brian Easton, 174 Palmerston Street, Perth. We all know that Hyde Park is a very precious asset of the City of Vincent. It is admired, respected, and widely accessed by so many of its residents throughout the city's boundaries. Its outstanding values traverse cultural, historic, heritage, environmental, recreational, and artistic musical themes. It is a place of tranquility that offers the opportunity for people of all ages and circumstances to carry out a wide variety of activities of their choosing in a safe and reflective environment. Individuals, couples, families with young children, people with disability, frail and elderly citizens, nationality groups drawn from a wide cultural heritage, including our own special Indigenous groups. It is a special place where one can choose their own activities, unhindered and without any prescribed routines. It encourages informality and a sense of carefreeness. A place to engage in celebration, physical exercise, concerts, music, quiet reflection, a place for picnicking. My serious concern is that the proposal for a kiosk is without clear community support, as evidenced by the survey results, which have been presented and interpreted, albeit unintentionally, in a misleading way to the council. A kiosk would mean the consequent removal of the vans, which are more suited to the informal and natural setting of our park. The introduction of commercial signage is not consistent with the park setting, and an increase in the number of service vehicles within the otherwise safe pedestrian areas that provide comfort to parents will be a considerable danger to young children in particular, councillors, many of whom are highly mobile and freewheeling toddlers and preschoolers. This freedom of movement applies especially in the main playground area, where service vehicles to the kiosk will be making their access. How disturbing in a presumed safe environment to parents and all who use our park. We do not need a kiosk. We do not need more vehicular intrusion and increase in waste. It would be a most unfortunate change to the very special characteristics of Hyde Park and be inconsistent with its wonderful ambience. Let us agree, councillors, to cancel this proposal, or at least put it on hold pending critical and objective review, including a new community survey. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Next speaker, please. Next speaker, please.
My name is Sue Carland and I'm from Ruth Street in Perth. And I'd like to speak to the same motion. And I'm bemused that having done a survey where only 61 people out of a survey of over 300 wanted a kiosk. The council is recommending that a kiosk be put in place and that food trucks be removed from the park. I like the food trucks, I think most people do. And I'm disappointed that the council has spent all this money on this survey and then chosen to ignore it. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue. Next speaker, please.
Hi, Richard Zelensky, North Perth, speaking on item 9.1. Mayor Cole, councillors, I'm here again in relation to the active fibre gym that adjoins our property. As I've said previously, over the 8 years or more, we've had to tolerate clanging and banging of weights and the vibration of our building. Mr. Vern, the owner, wants to move his current operation to 86 hours a week. I think this is absolutely ridiculous. We've had to endure much over the years, and the submissions of objections that have come forward from neighbours, I believe 28 or more, shows we are not alone with our concerns. We've allowed council to put noise and vibration monitors in our building. Last December, when noise was at an extreme, monitoring was done for 2 weeks. We had monitored day and night. Strange though, all data over the 2 weeks was found to be corrupted. We then allowed council to put the same monitoring in for February over another 2-week period. And this was a quiet period with numbers, as we ascertained, less than 5 on average. Even though recordings were only done between 5:30 and 7:30, with no Saturdays, council were able to obtain readings in instances above residential noise levels. These also could equate to commercial noise levels because of the distance when monitoring was done according to council. Council have also taken 4 readings, mornings and afternoon, in July last year, with noise exceeding 12 decibels. And this was done in conjunction with one of my residential tenants and an officer of the council, yet no action was taken by council against Mr. Vern. Last week, I note with interest, council refers to our property being a commercial property for over 20 years, yet over the COVID period, it was a residential property. Our property has a joint zoning facility, so why should we be disadvantaged? Mr. Vern's own acoustic report, this shows him dropping weights at 60 kilograms with recorded 73 decibels. This is above residential noise levels. If you could imagine this with 10 or 20 people doing the same thing, this is horrific. They normally drop these weights from well above their heads and from weights up to 100 Ks or more. Do we again, as we have over the years, have to act as a policeman on behalf of the council? We've repeatedly gone next door and asked them to use extra mats. We send noise logs to council. We make calls and still no action taken by council. Changing this location, which we were unaware of, from a warehouse to a recreational centre in March 2014 is somewhat bewildering to us. We received no community advice on this, and it was passed by council without consultation to immediate neighbours. Also, I have sought market impact by listing our property for sale. In a supposed hot real estate market, we've had no viewing since listing over
Richard,
2
you
weeks
have
ago.
met 3 minutes, so if you could just wind up your
Okay,
comments.
so our property values could and our incomes have been decimated by council in approving this gym next door. And as a self-funded retiree, I just think this is not really fair. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. We'll go to some of those issues when we come to this item.
Hello, my name is Monique Arnoldi from West Perth, and I strongly object to item 9.1, Fibre Active Gym, as a representative of our rental properties on Eden Street, our only source of income. This past year has affected us immensely. We've had to put up with this uncertainty and tolerate this major disruption in our life and neighbourhood, whilst the CrossFit Gym have constantly flouted their existing council approval. Whilst we talk of health and safety, noise and disturbance, all genuine problems and issues that Fibre Active has created, it is becoming very obvious to us that it's judicially hard to prosecute due to the council's process. A CrossFit gym will never be compatible in close proximity of residential homes or offices. As recognised in the COV planning scheme, it is meant to be the business that is compatible with residential, not the other way around. Just like the original 2013 DA and this current DA of extending their operational hours during the day appears on paper to be reasonable. That they recently mapped out that they wanted to do what they wanted to do during these hours, when in actuality, the huge gaps in the day is intended to facilitate an open gym policy if this DA is approved. This is an inconsiderate claim for their business as opposed to the interest of their neighbours. Our residential tenants who are shift workers have told us they feel the vibrations and hear the noise. They are frontline workers. Why are their rights not considered, and only the few gym members who don't live anywhere close are? Our correspondence to the council over the past 17 months has been measured, unbiased and backed up with facts. In contrast, the CrossFit Gym has demonstrated a well-established pattern of non-compliance over quite a long period of time, totally disregarding the need to act in accordance with their existing approvals. COV officers would be aware that I am very meticulous in keeping records and evidence of the information I have gathered for opposing this current DA. We can easily verify it if required. I have provided some of this information in confidence to John Corbellini and Mark Fellows in March of this year, and an updated copy to Mayor Cole and COV councillors last week. I also believe that you have received a link to a disturbing post by Mr. Voon, which terrified Peter and I. Whilst the content was explained to us by someone as a joke, we do not find this funny under the current circumstances and doubtful it was spontaneous. Our concern also is that this post has the potential to incite further hostility towards us. Currently, as it stands, this business is already disruptive and unsettling. However, if this company is to continue operating, we feel that there has to be an equal balance, as 86 hours a week is intolerable next to residential homes, especially when their roller door is open. We are self-funded retirees and need our rental income to survive. We are fighting for our future, our tenants' rights to a peaceful, happy environment and existence with our neighbourhood. Thank you very much for your time. Mayor Cole, can I table this,
Yes,
please?
thank you. And that was 3 minutes exactly. Well done, Monique. Very well practiced. Thank you.
Mayor Cole, councillors, my name is Peter Arnoldi. I live in Eden Street, West Perth, 13 metres from the rear of Fibre Active Gym. I am here again a year later to strongly object to item 9.1. The long drawn out process with Mr. Voon being continuously granted extensions and dispensation by the council has stressed my wife and I tremendously. We are disappointed this zone change was approved in the first place, and this type of gym is detrimental to the amenity of adjoining residential properties. The adverse noise disturbance does not impact the commercially zoned Fitzgerald Street frontage. The problem arises when Fibre Active's roller door is open. That is adjacent to residential houses on Eden Street, and to our bedrooms and living space is open. The proposed noise management plan is not the solution, because the change of conditions are extending the problem rather than solving it. The noise is not the only issue. It is also the vibration, which are both variable and inconsistent. Therefore, a yellow brick machine would have to be left at our home for a considerable amount of time to obtain a fair understanding of the capricious disturbance. Weights are being purposely dropped and not, as stated, a safety issue. It is a standard practice of CrossFit members to drop weights, as per Mr. Voon's statement in the 2020 COV meeting. Best part of our members' day is when they come in and vent. My whole house shakes, including our dining table. Would you accept your house shaking because of heavy weights being dropped as a form of bravado? The warehouse is not a suitable building for a CrossFit gym and should be renovated so the activities and noise is contained within the gym. There should be no amplified music before 7 a.m. or after 7 p.m. or instructions yelled at any time, let alone 5:30 a.m. This is not an industrial area where the noise emulated from a CrossFit gym might be appropriate. The increase of patrons will add a considerable amount of additional street noise starting at 5:15 as they arrive, plus doubling the hours of operation, and the dropping of heavy weights is causing unacceptable vibration of the warehouse, which would be disturbing the repaired asbestos roof. The current 15-minute pauses in between classes gives us some respite. If the council approves this change, then they are effectively giving the gym a license to operate continuously 14.5 hours a day, except Sundays. And if removed, when is the COVID cleaning done? If this is approved, Mr. Voon decides to replace the existing flooring as per recommendations by his acoustic consultant, including the COV Planning Department's conditions, then we would welcome their consultant to conduct readings inside our home on the proviso that all involved are happy to work in collaboration with our acoustic consultant. The following Google sums up CrossFit gyms. In general, CrossFit tends to be competitive and more aggressive. If you are highly competitive with the need to win, you will fit right in. This request is a substantial change with a 5:30 a.m. start, doubling of hours to 86 hours per week, and increasing their patrons by 25%, including public holidays. Would you approve this if they were operating next to you? Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Peter. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Robert Marquet, 165 Vincent Street in West Perth, and I strongly object to item 9.1, Fibre Active Gym extending their hours starting at 5:30 a.m. Now, our home is in a straight line 3 doors west of this CrossFit gym. My son, who lives with me, believes that the constant thuds are when the gym patrons pick up the barbells and drop them on the floor. It is the most hideous noise and very loud, not to mention the instructor who has a screeching voice yelling above the excessively loud music. Now, we've had to put up with this noise, including the huge thuds, which at 6 a.m. is not acceptable to myself or our neighbours. I've had discussions with neighbours along Vincent Street, mostly elderly, and it has caused them irritation and in some cases a lot of anxiety. I'd also like to mention that my son has an anxiety issue to which he's currently receiving some treatment. Now, I've lived at this property all my life and cannot believe that the council has approved this gym to operate so close to residential homes. The noise from the rubbish collection from the commercial properties on Eden Street is something that we already are having to tolerate. The traffic vibration and noise along Vincent Street is bad enough, but to add this additional irritation is simply detrimental to my son's and my health. Therefore, the gym's proposed extending and doubling of its hours of operation is unacceptable to us. And we ask the councillors to please consider this in their deliberation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Robert. Next speaker.
Good evening all. Sondra Anderson from Applecross. I'm speaking on item 9.1. I'm the owner of 301 Fitzgerald Street, West Perth, and I adjoined the south wall of 305 Fitzgerald Street Fibre Active Gym. I've been a frequent complainant about the noise and vibration of the Fibre Active Gym, particularly under the current ownership. The current operator has made it clear in writing and in his action that he firmly believes that the dropping of weights is a key part of his exercise philosophy. I do not feel council has considered the onus that you're placing on me, requesting noise logs, reporting non-compliance, and being the noise regulation watchdog. My plea for non-approval is that this business will create a never-ending and expensive cycle of compliance, complaints, monitoring, notification, and periods of compliance, followed by more of the same. In making your decision, I request that you ensure the responsibility for compliance, monitoring, and policing the behaviour and impact of this business lies squarely with the city, not with me and our community. We have endured enough of an impact from this operation of this business over the last 8 years, and the applicant has made clear that he will play the game as long as the system lets him continue to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Sondra. Next speaker, please.
Hello, Steve Graves, Mount Lawley. I don't know what number it is on the agenda. I'm sorry, it's the kiosk thing. I have a report here written by Dr. May Carter, who's a bit of an expert on community consultations, and her review of the report forwarded to council. And I was wondering if I could just table that. Can that be distributed to councillors? Before I say anything else, I want to say sincerely, thank you very much for this opportunity. I think it is absolutely wonderful that a council opens itself up and listens to all these people speaking. And I'm really quite sincere in that. I don't know whether every council in the world does it or what. It's my first experience of it, and I think it's extraordinary and good. So I just want to recognise that. I've got 6 points to make, quickly I hope. First one, Hyde Park is a treasure. By good luck and good management, it's been a treasure, often because of council listening to passionate responses from members of the public. But it has, and by accident sometimes, and by accident we've stumbled upon another treasure, which is the What the Flip food van. I've been involved in operating a similar sort of food service in Victoria for 3 years, and I've never seen anything near as good as that van. I just want to put that on the record. It's a treasure, and it's unobtrusive and a welcome addition to the park. Second point, council's being asked to do what 77% of the citizens of Vincent do not want. 16% want it, 77% don't. I don't quite know why the proposal's got this far, but that's the truth of it. Third point, public space is very valuable and it will become more so. As we get higher density living, Perth has a population of around 2 million, I'm told, it'll grow. Fourth point, there are reasonable questions about the proposal and where it's been put forward and the generous terms of the lease. And I think they need further consideration, and I'd point to Dr. Carter's report. Fifth point, I think that the attitude towards the food van is coming across as a bit callous. The sort of thing of, well, we're not obliged to do anything for the food van. He's been there for 3 years. He's built up a good business, but we can cancel his thing at the end of the year. That's our prerogative. And the sixth and last point, and probably the most salient, is we don't need another cafe. We don't. There's Sayer Sisters, Miller and
Can I just say, I'm happy for people to applaud, but if you could just respect the process and do that at the end of each speaker, I'd prefer that, that you wouldn't interrupt, it will just delay. So thank you very much.
I've gone over my time, but Veggie Mama is only 15 minutes away, and it's one of about a dozen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, and I appreciate you referring to our openness. Next speaker.
My name is Wayne Bayliss from Daphne Street in North Perth. I'm actually nearly in tears. That how did this proposal come about? This park was created in 1897. It's one of the best things we have in WA. It's rare. There's nowhere else like it. My statement is quite short. Can I ask the councillors to find out how this proposal came about? I'm absolutely astounded and I'm shocked and I'm very disappointed that it's even got this far. I ask that the councillors really look at the historical nature of this park. To lose what we have would just be another nail in the coffin. Thank you.
Thank you, Wayne. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name's Emily Harfush and I'm from Wembley and I'm speaking upon the kiosk at Hyde Park. I just think it's very unnecessary that a kiosk needs to be opening, as it's one of the only parks near the city that is uncommercialized. I don't think that you guys need to commercialize it. I think the vans are perfect as they are, and they have been there for 3.5 years around about, and they've really created a great family within the community, and they can come and go as they please. There's nothing permanent there, so it still maintains that peace within the park. I also think that getting a liquor license, especially directly next to the playground, is unnecessary. It doesn't really go along with the whole family-friendly vibe that is in the park, and it also doesn't maintain the peace within the park. So I just think that a kiosk is just unnecessary, as well as you can see from the survey, many people, over half the people that did the survey don't want the kiosk. They believe that it's just doesn't need to be there and the park is perfect without it. And there was a petition and there were about 40, I believe, papers signed, which is about over 600 signatures of people who also don't support the kiosk being put in place. So I hope that when you do the vote tonight, that you really think about what the people want and you do it based off what the people want and not for the money. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily. Next speaker, please.
My apologies for the noise. Good evening, Mayor and councillors. My name's Marion Greenwich, Moyer Street, Perth, and I'm addressing item 9.2. Let me say at the outset that we fully understand that number 26 Moyer Street needs a significant upgrade to meet the needs of its young family. Our objection is simply that the bulk and scale of this proposal is incompatible with the context of this precinct of modest single-storey houses that have the highest level of heritage recognition. Your council report states that there are 6 ways this proposal doesn't meet the deemed to comply provisions, and therefore requiring you to exercise discretion. These include lot boundary setbacks, open space, and overshadowing. Interestingly, lot boundary setbacks, open space, and overshadowing are all good indicators of bulk and scale. So let's look at them. All of the lot boundary setbacks exceed the deemed to comply provisions, some more than others, but all are exceeded. Open space, another measure of a building's bulk and scale. This proposal leaves less open space than is required by the deemed to comply provisions, and it has less open space than required, even though the building includes a second story. Is this sounding like a development that is appropriate to a precinct of modest working class houses to you? But the real kicker is the overshadowing of the house next door. However it's described, the fact remains that this is a very significant level of overshadowing. The deemed to comply provisions allow for a maximum of 25% overshadowing of the adjacent residence. This proposal would create a 2-story, 5-bedroom, 2 living area house that would overshadow the residence to its south by a whopping 35.1%. That is a 40% increase in overshadowing compared to the deemed to comply provisions. Forget winter sun, forget growing a garden. This is real impact on real people, and it will go on impacting whoever lives there for many years to come. In fact, the impact of this excessive overshadowing will last longer than most of your planning decisions, given the heritage listing means these houses can't be redeveloped. In closing,
Marion, thank you. You have reached 3 minutes, so your final statement would be welcome, please.
I have one last sentence. Thank you, Mayor Cole. In closing, the Planning and Development Regulations 2015 state that when determining this application, Council must have due regard to the effect of the proposal on the cultural heritage significance of the area in which the development is located, and the compatibility of the development with its setting, including the relationship of the development to development on adjoining land or on other land in the locality, including the likely effect of the height, bulk, and scale of the development. Thank you.
Thank you, Marion. Next speaker coming up from the back.
Thank you. Excuse my throat. It's nothing worse than laryngitis. Mayor Cole and councillors, thank you for the opportunity. Peter Rossi is my name. I live in Raglan Road, North Perth, and wish to speak about the kiosk proposal. Okay, obviously a decision to support a kiosk or not support a kiosk should have nothing to do with how good Islam's business is or how good he is. However, what Islam's business has demonstrated is how fantastic a food van, which offers something a bit different and fits in with the ambience of Hyde Park, can be. And if for some reason council's not happy with the choice of food van, don't renew it next year. The food van idea has added something brilliant to Hyde Park, and it really fits in. Your motive of having a kiosk in Hyde Park is not to generate income, I'm sure, but to offer something to the public. If a kiosk was important to you, you'd build a new one and you wouldn't choose to put it in a toilet block. The location chosen is very much a compromise and a bad idea. If your decision is a bad one, you're stuck with it for 5 years at least. As I said, if you choose a bad food van, don't renew it next year. Your 100-metre rule basically rules out having a kiosk and food vans. So effectively, 56% of the people you surveyed voted for something that can't exist. That is a kiosk and a food van. More people voted for a food van over a kiosk. It's very obvious to me that most people do not want a kiosk in Hyde Park.
I recommend that you do not vote in favour of a kiosk, but instead survey the public on what is on offer. That is a food van or a kiosk. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Peter. Next speaker, please. Are there any further speakers? Yes.
Hello, Mayor and councillors. Sorry, I haven't prepared this excessively well. I've just been a bit sick the last 24 hours. So my wife, daughter and
Sorry,
I have been-
you are doing very well, but I do just need you to state your name and the
sorry.
suburb that you reside in and
Yes.
the item you're speaking to.
Yeah, so Julian Coyne. We are long-term residents of the City of Vincent. We own property in Highgate. We currently live in North Perth, and we've just purchased a property directly opposite Hyde Park. I'm talking to, I believe, item 9.6, which is the Hyde Park kiosk.
9.16, but close enough.
9.16,
Keep going. You're doing well.
Thanks very much. Hopefully I'll stay standing. Yeah, look, we love the area. We love living in the City of Vincent, echoing a lot of the other comments here. We really think the food vans have made a terrific contribution to Hyde Park. My daily walking commute between North Perth and Highgate takes me through Hyde Park every day. I really think it's the jewel in the crown of the City of Vincent. I'm actually not inherently opposed to the idea of transforming the old asset into something better. I think it's a great opportunity, but it needs to be done properly and it needs to be done fairly. And when I've looked into it a bit more, it's just raised a number of questions for me in terms of governance, in terms of procedural fairness, in terms of competitive neutrality. And fairness and equity is quite close to my heart. The food vans are terrific. They make a real contribution to the area. My baby daughter loves sitting on the little chairs there. We've actually never really been a customer of the food van, but always felt very, very welcome there. And I think Islam at the present time and the other food truck, it seems to me that they've made a contribution in really building up the area. So really, the integrity of the process is where I have some concerns. I think the consultation has come up in what I'm hearing from a number of people in terms of reflecting the community's needs. Certainly, I think a slow, ponderous process that takes forever and doesn't go anywhere is not what anyone wants. But I don't think we need to rush to a decision. And I think slowing it down and maybe just providing a little bit more time to get the right outcome for everyone is something I'd really encourage. One other comment is the liquor license proposal does cause me quite a lot of concern.
I know a lot of people have raised it. It might just be simpler for me to say there's no liquor on the table. We've made it. The proposal to council is that it's just not to sell liquor, whether it's permanent or temporary license. It's just not going to be part of any proposal.
Oh, okay. My understanding was that there would be up to a number of applications they could make for.
So the council briefing recommendation had included the ability for the business to seek a temporary license.
Sure.
A number of questions were raised last week.
Mm-hmm.
There was discussion with the proposed provider, and they have said they have no desire to sell alcohol. So if the decision were to approve the kiosk, there would be no alcohol sales whatsoever.
Sure.
Just to clarify.
Yes, so I suppose taking all of those concepts together, it's really procedural fairness, competitive neutrality, the integrity of the process, and to give all of the ratepayers the confidence, especially when council funds are being invested, that all prospective tenderers were afforded the same opportunity. I think that's really important, and that we're getting the best quality decision for the city in what I think is really the jewel of the crown of the City of Vincent, and I think probably Perth more broadly. Hyde Park's an absolute gem. Thank you.
Thank you, Julian. Next speaker, please.
Just get myself sorted here. Good evening. I wish to speak on item 9.16. I'm Thomas Young. I live on William Street in North Perth. The first thing I'd like to say here is that had anyone been in Hyde Park last Sunday, you would have seen queues of people signing a petition against this policy, against this proposal. Now, I understand that the meeting council is looking for facts. So here's the simple fact. The community, people that you voted in, don't want it. Look at the queue. Look at the people there. Nobody wants this. Now, I'm also somewhat concerned at the speed that this decision has been produced. It is extraordinary and troubling that the council can make a decision this quickly. It also sends a dangerous precedent. Let's discuss numbers. South Ward has a population of 12,507. 314 responded to the online survey. I was one of them. A point I'll come to later. Now, further 64 were emails, which gives you 398 respondents. This represents less than 3.25% of the population of the South Ward, let alone the rest of it. Now, I'm aware that on Sunday, a lot of the people that turned up would not have been locals, but even they clearly understood that there was a problem with this. Now, if you wish to actually find out what the community wants, my argument would be to go to the community. The survey stunk, sorry, it did. People I know had problems with it. Everyone basically saw it as not a survey to find an answer to a question, but a survey to find answers or to find the questions for the answer. It was not good. Now, what the Flippers in 3 days has created 750 signatures. That's not a small number. That's an awful lot of people who don't like this idea. They don't know where it's come from. We don't know where it will go. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Dudley Meyer, Highgate, it's 916 Hyde Park Kiosk. At the briefing last week, the Mayor mentioned the passion that speakers brought to this item. My observations have been that the passion is mainly coming from people who are concerned with the process being followed and the recommendation that's been made. I see the passion coming from people who do not support the recommendation. Most of them are regular users of the park, people I see every day when I go for my walks. I don't see the passion coming from people who want a kiosk. However, my concerns are more about the process and the financial aspects. Firstly, I was concerned that the tender went out without giving a clear indication of whether or not there would be food vans or not. Basically, whether or not there would be competition or not. Businesses require certainty. It makes it difficult for a business to decide how much to offer if they don't know if they're going to have competition or not. And given the overwhelming response from the community was that they wanted competition, that was the largest group, they wanted both the kiosk and the vans. And the fact that more people preferred food vans to a kiosk, it's not hard to accept that some potential tenderers assumed that the chance of competition from vans would be high and therefore decided not to risk spending money developing a tender. Secondly, it's the tender document itself. There was so much detail missing that the city had to issue an addenda to clarify such basic things as exactly what facilities the city would provide, what the tenderer must provide, who would cover utility costs, etc. Thirdly, it's the issue of the rent. Firstly, the recommendation tonight should refer to rent, not proposed rent, and it shouldn't include the GST. The effective rent for both the tenderer and the city is approximately $27,300, not the $30,000. The accepted practice is to exclude GST. Now, the professional advice that the city got was that you could expect between $30,000 and $60,000. Presumably the $30,000 was if there was going to be competition, $60,000 if there wasn't. So it's baffling that the administration is recommending an amount that's even lower than the lower estimate, given that there'll be no competition. I would have thought that they could have negotiated a better deal. I also see that the estimated upgrade cost to the community has gone from approximately 30 to 35,000 to now it's 55,000. And last week, the lease was initially going to be for 2 years. Now it's for 5 years. So it doesn't give me much confidence. So I think you may have been able to mount a case for a kiosk, but the onus should have been on the city to explain why and to win people over rather than just steamroll it through. At this stage, I don't think there's the necessary community support or sufficient confidence in the process. Thank you, and I wish you all best for the festive season.
Thank you, Dudley. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mayor, Councillors. Alan Stewart of 26 Moyer Street, item 9.2. I'm the applicant. I'll be fairly brief tonight. I'm as passionate about the heritage significance of our precinct as the other people here this evening. We're not proposing to demolish the house or build something intrusive in the front setback area. We purchased the house 7 years ago, and after that, we've undertaken extensive conservation works to retain the original front portion of the dwelling with all 5 rooms intact. We're now looking to add a contemporary addition to the rear of the house that is consistent with the guidelines, and it sits very comfortably behind the house, and it is modestly scaled. It might have the extra floor, but scales about context and how it fits in to the area and to the property. In terms of site coverage, I've sent you some information. The site coverage is actually less than many other properties in this precinct. That's because we value our open space. Some of you have seen the rear garden area we have. We're not proposing any outbuildings or studios or storerooms that will take up more open space. We're looking to take advantage of that topography, that level and difference at the back, and utilize the vertical space at the back of the house, whilst maintaining a modestly scaled development. In terms of R-code variations, setbacks, I don't think these should be overstated. The setback, a slight adjustment of the side wall by 8 centimetres makes the whole addition compliant with the side setback deemed to comply provisions. But that's partly because of the quirks in the R-codes, but a very subtle change, 1 brick course wide, it suddenly complies. And the upper portion does as well, where we've proposed the roof that's set further in from the side boundary. In terms of open space, as I mentioned, it's sitting at 47% open space, more than the average in the area. If you include the front veranda, then it meets the 50% requirement. And in terms of overshadowing, just to clarify, because I think that is the main issue here, 23% of that shadow is from the existing house, and it does not affect the rear garden area of the adjoining property. Of the additional shadow, only about 8% is what actually affects the rear garden area. The rest of it affects the existing house and the adjoining property in terms of the roof. So just to conclude, this proposal has been supported by the State Heritage Office on 2 occasions. It's been supported by your own independent heritage advisor on 2 occasions. The adjoining owner supported, and I believe that the neighbour to the south has, in response to the briefing, reconfirmed his endorsement of the proposal. And of course, your own administration has recommended approval of the application. So I thank you for your time in considering this matter, and I hope you can support it this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. Next speaker, please.
I'm Carol Scaife of 15 Moyer Street, Perth. Thank you, Mayor and Councillors. I'm objecting to item 9.2, additions to 26 Moyer Street. I strongly oppose the introduction of a 2-level extension into this heritage estate of modest, single-storey workers' cottages. It's not just rare in Western Australia, but unique. Alongside Baker's Terrace, whose 2 stories denotes his higher standing, designated for the managerial classes, our modest single-storey workers' cottages are nestled in behind. Like a gold tooth, this application will fundamentally change the modest nature of the precinct. 2-level extensions were never envisaged when the guidelines were formulated. A quirk of nature should not be justification. Introducing a 2-level extension into this precinct will set a planning precedent for size, bulk, and overshadowing. Poor planning decisions of the past are not justification for any application that excessively overshadows a neighbour. 31 square metres over the deemed to comply is a large area for small lots like these. The sheer height of the addition will forever loom over the neighbour. Yet the applicant has an ideal opportunity to design a stepped down single level addition with the least impact on its neighbour now and in the future. We should not accept or expect suburban accommodation of this size and bulk shoehorned into our modest working class heritage conservation area. I keep coming back to the equally important aspect of cultural heritage, as it is an integral aspect of the precinct's listing. I believe this has been neglected when assessing the application. In 2017, the precinct received an award of distinction at the UNESCO Asia Pacific Heritage Awards for cultural heritage conservation. The jury was impressed by the heroic nature of the conservation projects, especially those that underscore the importance of protecting heritage that is rooted in the least powerful segments of society. This quote directly referenced working class history, commonly overlooked in preference of something more grand in scale or aspirational. The Precinct's award states, the revival of the Brookman-Moir precinct underscores the importance of recognising and safeguarding everyday urban fabric as part of a holistic strategy in sustaining historic urban landscapes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Carol. Can I just get a show of hands at this stage for how many people still wish to speak? Is it your deputation? So about 4 people. Okay, come forward.
Hello, my name is Maria and I am against the installation of a fixed kiosk. I live in Northbridge. I'm always in the park. I'm not for like getting a kiosk and removing the food trucks.
Sorry,
from
Maria,
Hyde
the
Park.
CEO's asked for your surname as part of our records.
Sorry, Chalongo.
Thank you.
Okay. Why are you focusing on something unnecessary that is costing the ratepayers money? You're spending $55,000 on building the kiosk, which is coming out of the community money, which they don't even want. Shouldn't we as people have a say where our money goes, but yet we feel like you don't care? I and other people think, why build an unnecessary kiosk with taxpayers' money when you can't even maintain the park as it is? You're basically trying to add another thing to the park that needs maintenance, and you can't even clean or provide toilet paper in the public toilets as it is. Sorry. I personally think as a mother with a child, it should go to doing things around the park that are necessary. For example, the food trucks being there are not costing us anything. The only thing they are costing us is happiness because they're not there more. They are bringing the park to life. People coming back because of what has been made, which is a great experience. And if you take that, you're taking people's happiness and experience away. With everything that is going on in the world, do you really want to take that away from the people? Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. I think David wanted to come up next.
Thanks, Ellen. Okay, so good evening, Mayor and councillors, and thanks for allowing me time to speak tonight. David McLaughlin's my name. I'm a resident of Moir Street, Perth, and speaking in relation to item 9.2, the DA 426 Moir Street. I've spoken in this forum before in relation to various aspects of this application, and I'm sure the council are well aware of all the heritage aspect of it, so I'm not going to go over that. Tonight, what I'd like to speak to you about is just this single issue of the excessive overshadowing and how I believe discretion should best be exercised. Ultimately, the overshadowing of this property grossly exceeds that which is defined as the maximum within the R code. So not a recommendation or an average, but the maximum. It exceeds this provision by over 40%, notwithstanding the minor changes which have been made since the last time this came before council. But anyway, as a result of that 40% or being over it all, the council are required to exercise discretion. discretion is not always a simple concept, but it doesn't come down to whether the proposal seems innocuous or looks nice, or whether council think the applicant has tried hard to reduce the impact. But it's something that must be guided by the provisions of the local scheme, a range of matters in the planning regs, and guidance in the local planning policies. Council are fortunate in this case that there is a local policy that's very explicit, the Brookman-Moyer Streets development guidelines, and these guidelines are direct in terms of their guidance in this matter. The objective of the guidelines includes, and this is a direct quote, access to sunlight where already existing should be maintained with particular attention to overshadowing. It couldn't be clearer than that that's the objective of the guidelines. The proposal before you adjoins a modest cottage with a 95 square metre backyard area. 12 square metres of this private open space is currently overshadowed by the house. However, the proposal increases this amount by 173%, from 12 square metres to about 35 square metres. In fact, much of the usable space of this usable private open space would be overshadowed. So summarising what we have is a proposal which would exceed the R code's provisions by over 40%. The impact on the private open space of the neighbour being an increase of overshadowing of 173%. And this is in the context of a local planning policy, which states, again, access to sunlight where already existing should be maintained with particular attention to overshadowing. It's clear that this proposal is not consistent with that. The design looks nice, the applicant has tried hard, but the impact from this overshadowing is so excessive that that should guide the council in the exercise of discretion to refuse the application. Thank you.
Thank you, David. I think we had a couple more speakers that wanted to come forward. No, perhaps I misjudged that. Okay, we do have 2 deputations. Yep, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Marcus Capitani. I'm a member of the Fibre Active Gym. Been there for the past 2 months. I find the accusations being done a bit rough and unfair. Why? Because there are family members in the gym. It's all people. We're not, thugs or there's all athletes in there. What I'm suggesting is I understand that the frustration of people hearing the noise, and that's unfair. Like there's buses that down the road, we all hear them every day in and out. What I do suggest is to soundproof the garage door. That can be soundproof. The vibration can be fixed from the internal, and everyone's happy. So we keep our gym and sort of adjust to everybody's needs and respect everybody, rather than just rousing and taking it where it shouldn't go. So fixing the problem together, though, as a community, because if we take away structures that families go to, because there's noise everywhere. I come from Italy, Rome. There's motorbikes. You just can't go in the middle of the road and say, "Hey, everybody be quiet," because everybody's beeping their horns every time of the day, at night, in the morning, and well, that's their culture. And here, it's a lot easier, and things can be fixed. I find this very simple, and the people that own the gym, they are hard workers and families. They got kids, so they're very respectful people. And I feel really sad if if they just take in the complaints rather than all together, let's fix this, as a team. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcus. Much appreciated. Are there any last speakers before I close public question time? Noting that those 2 people who've indicated they're having a deputation will not miss out. We just have to go through we have someone. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Isabel Clements, and I am speaking about the Hyde Park food trucks. The kiosks. I personally believe it would be a bad idea, as the Hyde Park food trucks have made such a community-based, and as I've seen, as I'm a regular there and around the park, there has been such a community-based with it. And if you're trying to make a kiosk, why don't you fix something that needs to actually be fixed, like the toilet block that is disgusting sometimes, and it personally puts me off going there. you would, I personally believe the kiosk would bring down the reputation of the park because it doesn't need to be publicized, as somebody said before. And that's basically it. Thank you.
Thank you, Isabel. Just so you know, we do have money on budget to spruce up the toilets at Hyde Park. We have done the east side and now we're moving to the west side. So appreciate the concern there. I think Isabel was our last speaker. Just double checking with you all. Okay, thank you very much, everyone. Really appreciate your comments. As mentioned, we do have 2 short deputations this evening. But before we come to that, we just need to deal with a few other quick matters. So just noting that questions taken on notice, we do have responses in the minutes. Item 4, applications for leave of absence. Any applications? Okay, thank you. Item 5, the receiving of petitions, deputations and presentations. So we do have a petition from Islam Boya with 753 signatures relating to the retention of food trucks in Hyde Park and not supporting the permanent kiosk. And if proceeding with the award of a tender for the operation of a kiosk, not excluding food trucks from continuing to operate at Hyde Park. So in relation to the receiving of the petition, given that council is dealing with this item at item 9.16 this evening, I recommend a motion to you that we receive the petition and that we deal with the petition as we deal with item 9.16. If there is any objection to that motion, please speak now, or I'll call for a mover and seconder. Call for a mover then, please. Moved by Councillor Loden, seconded by Councillor Wallace. All those in favour? I declare that motion carried. Now for deputations, Islam, please come forward. You have 5 minutes for a deputation this evening.
Good evening, Councillor. Thank you very much for having me here. Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and staff. My name is Islam Bouyaya. I live on 132 Brisbane Street. And before I start, I would like to submit, if I am allowed, another bunch of those petitions. I got another 50 here. I am starting by repeating what I've said last time. Since 2014, councillors, the public did not want to see a change in its favorite park, a crown, this jewel, a real sanctuary. And I know a lot from having had a massive depression. This is a sanctuary that needs to be protected, as its nature will heal your soul without the only place in Perth where you don't have to be abused by over-leading advertisement and a lot of signage, and generally just a brick and mortar business, which has a totally different value from food truck or street vendors, which are actually part of the community. Hyde Park is treasured. It's really a jewel. We do not want, the voices of the people do not want to destroy that little piece of paradise from the modern changes. And me, as a food truck, I have always noticed that, and I've tried my best and hardest to lower the impact on the park with my operation. I have even never done any marketing to tell the people that I was there. I was working from scratch, customer by customer telling me, how can I find you? I would say, I won't tell you what my menu is. Just come and discover it. Come to Hyde Park. Come and discover the Hyde Park area. And this is how you will find us. I haven't have, excuse me. What the flip was a kind of a dream. I wanted to create a little bit of a central park in that area, somewhere where people could gather, play chess together, will meet strangers by allowing my personality to try to cater for everyone. I'm an excellent business operator. I could have made that park a real center of activation by making a lot of money, but that was never my point, because I wanted to respect the nature and the people of Vincent that have always been my family for the last 16 years living here. I have been allowed by you guys to be here. I have been allowed by this administration to be there for 3.5 years, to build my business, to develop it, to create that little piece of happiness I was trying to bring to the world, being an orphan, not being allowed even to have that happiness, being thrown by my own biological parents. So I wanted to give back, and I've tried my best to do that in every single drop of my sweat and every single hours that I have put into that place and into that park. From picking up every single piece of rubbish that I would see, from having to fight against any accusation. How do you fight against hearsay? How do you fight against people accusing you of things that you haven't done or things that don't fit with your own personality? And the consistency of my personality through the years can be shown from the internet. If you Google my name, seeing all the things that I've done and all the things that I have said. I am a consistent and true and honest person. Those are my 3 words that I said last time: honesty, integrity, and truth. I have been allowed by you once again to create that goodwill. I have developed a good relationship with all of my constituents, with all my neighbors, with all my happy customers. And they want us to stay. They're all here to tell you, please let them stay. Stop that fake, or restart that consultation at least, in order to actually have the real voice of the people. We have gathered more than 750 signatures and another 50 here. That's over 800. Online, 300 applications, 400 likes on Facebook. That's a lot more than any of that public consultation has offered for your interpretation to have a look at. This is my life. It is true. And I have not run a business. I have tried to run a community. The van has no downside on the environment. I can't believe that when people are telling me that. I have been working as hard as I could with the administration in order to reduce my sound impact, which could have been fixed with $12,000 with one electrical plug that I offered to pay for all the other food vendors at the last public meeting, talking with the CEO right here. A kiosk will have a massive visual pollution. It will have advertising, signage. Who remembers of his childhood dream going to a kiosk? We all remember our childhood dream going to a food truck with our nanny or parents or grandparents. All of those unintended consequences that a kiosk will bring by having a lot of events and catering, by a loophole of the liquor licensing laws. They may not be able to sell, as the lease say, alcohol at the place, but they can still organize alcohol events within all exclusive of Hyde Park without having even to clean for it, as the city will clean. The consultation was misinterpreted. The people want to be heard and they have spoken. Thank you very much, Mayor.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate it. Didn't realize you were coming to an end. Thank you. Thanks, Susie. Oh, sorry. The next deputation is from Mr. Bjorn Voon from Fibre Active, which is relevant to item 9.1.
Good evening, councillors. My name is Bjorn Voon from Morley, and I own Fibre Active. I love helping people, and I help a lot of people to get fit, to become stronger, to be healthier. I'm here to run a business. I'm here to build a community and to be part of the community, and I want a fair go. Fitness and wellness is an experience, and the effects of it is incredible, and you feel good. You feel amazing, and the euphoria of dopamine is addictive, and it heals. And that's what we deal in. I like to acknowledge the input of those who have come forward and actually opposed this DA. This development application has been challenging and it's incredible for me to see what's going on. And it is never my intention to have this kind of effect to the members of the community around us. This is our livelihood. And for all of that, this situation is unfair for us. The complaints are coming from parties who are living close to a commercial area. Now, there are also filmed videos of our business, which I cannot contest, because filming is considered to be illegal as well. So I have people going around us and canvassing for our business to be, and canvassing and manipulating other folks to come forward to reject our DA. This is also defamatory for us and damaging for
Well,
our
I
business.
know this is hard and that you're in the midst of a tough situation here, but can we just please try not to talk about manipulating, etc.
Sure.
We are in a public forum and this is being live streamed.
Apologies. Now, the complaints that have come to us also, okay, I'm going to reject all of that. Now, look, I'm just going to cut a lot of points out. I've read through this and I've reread this and rewrote this millions of times now. And look, we understand the situation that's going on, and we are proactive in trying to minimize the disturbance around us. I've been painted as confrontational, but that is where it's not what I am. Everybody has my contact, my contact numbers out there, my email is out there. Very minimal contact has come back to me with regards to what we're done. We have made changes, we've done the reports, and because of the changes that have been made to our business, the type of movements that we're doing and the program that we're running, we have lost a lot of clientele, and it is heartbreaking. As of late October, we have changed the morning programs to a HIT version class, and we have removed elements that would create a significant amount of weight dropping. And I can assure you, since October in the mornings, nothing would have been heard, or there should not have been any complaints. We have drummed this into our coaches and also our members of how we actually have to operate, and we have changed it from inside. A lot have left because of that, and there's nothing we can do about it. Referring to the recommendations, condition 4.2, it reads that the hours will be allowed if the floor is in place, the certification is done, and the council is happy with it. We need these operational hours in between 5 a.m. and 8 p.m. because there's always these background events and behind the scenes work that need to be done, the consultations with members, the private consults, the meetings with coaches. The coaches need to do their own workouts in amongst that time so that these actual classes can occur. So I would like to ask if the administration would allow those hours to occur, and the administration of the business, we need to run the business in that time frame. Having these strict hours doesn't allow us to fully realize our potential. I also like to ask in condition number 10, it says all activities are to be contained in the gym. And from the last conversation I had, I was in contact with Jean from Ranger Services, and she said, quote, running can occur if contained on the footpath. They must contain themselves on the footpath, unquote. And also in previous comments, administration has also noted, quote, running on the laneway is considered acceptable by the city if noise levels are kept down, unquote. And I would like to ask if council would be happy that we kept on running along the pathways on the footpaths. And if you do say no to this, then would you have this mandated for all gyms around the Vincent area? Look, in closing, councillors, Fibre Active is our livelihood. We want to work with the council and also community around us so that we can come to a win-win situation.
Thanks, Vaughan. You have reached 5 minutes. So is that your last sentence?
That is quite close to the last sentence.
Okay, one more sentence.
Cool. And finally, I would love a fair go. And plus, I love the food trucks in Hyde Park. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vaughan. Okay, so there were our two deputations for this evening. So we'll move on to item 6, confirmation of minutes. And this is for the meeting of the 16th of October, 2021. Can I please have a mover and seconder to adopt the minutes? Moved by Councillor Loden, seconded by Councillor Hallett. All those in favour? You're voting against the minutes, Councillor Alexander? This was on the 16th of November, 2021. Yep, so all those in favour? Thank you. I declare those carried. Item 7 is announcements by the presiding member. Noting that we do have a very busy meeting ahead, I'll just be very brief. I just wanted to say that it is approaching Christmas time, and it has been wonderful to be out and about in the community at this time, seeing people enjoy events, because we have been a little bit starved of events over the last couple of years, and all of our community groups that are organising them alongside the City of Vincent, doing our own events. We all do need to do that in a COVID safe way. It's not, adds a little extra layers of work to make it happen, but it's absolutely worthwhile. It's been fantastic to see people out and about at our Young People's Makers Market on Sunday, at Christmas carols in the park, at Arty Farty Christmas party in Leederville. And what I'm finding is where I might normally go to an event and be opening to a empty grass field while people have not yet arrived, people are arriving early and they are there to connect with their friends, neighbours and family, and they're making the most of it because people do love to have that community connection. So that has brought much joy to me to see that happening out and about in our community. A wonderful way to celebrate in the lead up to Christmas. So what we will now do is deal with declarations of interest, and Sarah, we do have a few this evening for you to work through.
Thank you, through Mayor Cole. I'll try to be brief to summarise the declarations of interest, which were also tabled for the briefing meeting last Tuesday. There are 5 declarations of interest, that impartiality interests, all in relation to item 9.11 Britannia Northwest Reserve Development Plan. The impartiality interests relate to Florida Athena Football Club. Councillor Castle declared an impartiality interest as the president of Florida Athena Football Club, supported Councillor Castle during her election campaign. Councillor Castle also purchased a ticket to Florida Athena versus Adelaide United match and received an additional minor amount of hospitality below the threshold. I declared an impartiality interest, noting that my niece is one of the junior members of Florida Athena Football Club. Mayor Cole, you declared an impartiality interest, noting that your son is a junior player of the club. Councillor Loden noted that he plays indoor soccer with people who are members of the Florida Athena Football Club and executive, and that Councillor Loden's daughter plays for the club. Councillor Warner declared an impartiality interest, noting that she is friends with Andrew Kalis, who is part of Florida Athena Football Club, and Councillor Warner's company Upbeat Events has provided quotes and assistance for the upcoming New Year's Eve event. Mayor Cole, I also declared an impartiality interest in relation to item 9.16, proposed lease of Hyde Park to Veggie Mama. The proposal from the proposed lessee did make a reference to Derby Yerrigan Health Service being a beneficiary of a container deposit scheme. I declared that I am married to an employee of Derby Yerrigan Health Services, but I did not have any direct contact with Veggie Mama on that proposal. The last declaration is from Councillor Alexander. This is a proximity interest in relation to item 9.16, the proposed lease of Hyde Park kiosk to Veggie Mama. Councillor Alexander declared that he lives opposite Hyde Park. Councillor Alexander has requested approval from council to participate in the vote, and I could ask the Manager for Governance on how that can be dealt with, if you would like, Mayor.
Through the chair, 2 ways that it needs to be dealt with. For council to consider the request, Councillor Alexander would need to leave the room, and then council would have a vote on whether Councillor Alexander can participate in the meeting and vote, and to what level. Once that's decided, Councillor Alexander obviously can come back and be informed of the outcome. That could occur now, or it could occur prior to dealing with the meeting. The same vote could be taken, and should Councillor Alexander not be allowed to participate, we would inform him and he'd remain outside of the meeting.
Traditionally, we've dealt with it at the time that we're dealing with declarations of interest, so I'm happy to continue that process. Councillor Alexander, we'll have to ask you to leave the chamber while council considers your request to remain in the chamber and vote on item 9.16.
And through Mayor Cole, just before Councillor Alexander leaves, to clarify that he also requested, if that he wasn't granted permission to participate in the debate and vote, that he be granted permission to remain in the chamber during the debate, but not leave the room.
Thank you. So Manager for Governance has, sorry, I'll wait for him to return. Executive Manager of Governance, you did provide some extensive advice to Councillor Alexander and Council by email. Would you please provide that advice publicly so that everyone can be aware of the parameters around a proximity interest?
Endeavour to locate that email.
Through Mayor Cole, just while we're finding that advice, and just to confirm, the proximity interest does relate to the Councillor Alexander is an adjoining landowner to the lot which we call Hyde Park. So that's two lots adjoining each other, which is the subject of the proposal tonight.
Through the chair, section 568(1)(a) of the Local Government Act allows members can allow a person, council member, to be present after disclosing the nature of a council member's interest in a matter to the meeting, or the presiding member having read out the disclosure. The council member may, without further disclosure, request the remaining members present who are entitled to vote to allow you to be the council member to be present during any discussion or decision-making procedure on the relevant matter. After disclosing the nature of the interest, the council member may also disclose the extent of their interest and request members present to allow the council member to participate in discussions and the decision-making procedures relating to the matter to enable council members to make that judgment. That full extent of the interest needs to be disclosed. After the request is made to participate, council member must leave the room while the request is put to the meeting, and the members decide whether to allow the council member to stay. And that is, and council members need to consider the likely implications of that council member's participation based on the nature of the interest. So the remaining members present can allow a council member to participate only if they decide that the interest is either so trivial or insignificant as to be unlikely to influence the council member's conduct in relation to the matter, or held in common to a significant number of electors or ratepayers. And if allowed by the members to be present, you may return. In determining your request, members will also decide the extent of your participation. They may allow a council member to speak only, vote only, or both speak and vote. There is no right of appeal against the decision of the meeting.
Manager, can I just seek your advice on that? So you're saying that we can only allow speak only or vote only, but there's not a category where you stay in the council chamber and don't do either, which has also been requested.
Through the chair, my understanding is the first decision is whether they can remain in the chamber. The second decision would be to what extent they can participate in the meeting.
So if they're remaining in the chamber, they're at least speaking, if not speaking and voting.
That would be my understanding.
Okay. So just to recap, so because we have members of the public here and not au fait with the Local Government Act. So in terms of when council members make declarations of interest, there are categories of interest. There are two interests in the financial and proximity category, which are of a significant nature. And then there are impartiality interests where council members, like we have done, where we've talked about Floridacina, community life. We often have touches on clubs and we've said we have this association, but it will not, it's an impartiality declaration, not leading to impacting on our decision making. So in this case, we have a proximity interest, and you're saying the two issues that council need to consider are whether the interest is so trivial that it's insignificant or that it's held in common to a significant number of ratepayers. Could you please just outline the that further? I think the advice that you provided was quite comprehensive.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to clarify for those in the gallery what a proximity interest is, it's an interest in land in which a person making a decision or providing advice, in this case, a council member, has an interest in, which is either adjoining or directly across the road of land on which a decision is being made. In the case of Councillor Alexander, he owns property and lives in a property directly across the road of Hyde Park. It's silent in respect to the extent of the distance between the two parcels of land and the subject. It's just very specifically directly across the road, therefore a proximity interest exists. Guidelines from the Department of Local Government in respect to considering how one might consider whether an interest is insignificant or a interest in common with a significant number of electors or ratepayers needs to have some judgment. However, in there, in respect to, as guidance, the Department of Local Government's guidelines suggest that that if you're considering, it certainly needs not to be as many as half the electors or ratepayers, although clearly 1 or 2% would not be enough. It is important to identify the nature and extent of your interest before you make a decision about whether you have an interest in common. So in the guidance from the Department of Local Government, they're quite specific that an interest in common would be to need to be significantly more than 1 or 2% in respect to their guidelines.
Councillor Loden, do you have a question?
There's obviously a large number of houses around Hyde Park, but I can't do the math in my head. Is that more or less than 1 to 2%?
Through the chair, I did do quickly the maths. A quick property count of properties surrounding Hyde Park by myself on Google Maps was less than 150, albeit I wasn't taking into account multi-residents or multi-ownerships. So my view, in all things in respect to declaring interest, it's best for a council member to be prudent in their process of deciding whether they should declare or not.
Councillor Opolo.
Just a question on the matter of trivial, whether the interest is trivial. And just if I lived across from Britannia Reserve, which is what, 10 hectares, and a decision was being made on a similar thing, a kiosk on the far side, would that, when you say it's opposite the park, is it opposite the decision, the proximity of what the decision is being made, or is it just because it happens to be within a 10 hectare lot and I happen to live on the very perimeter on the furthest away? Are we saying that there's no relevance assigned to the fact that in Mr. Councillor Alexander's case, we're not talking about proximity to where the kiosk is located, but we're just talking to the park in general?
Through the chair, the shortcomings of the legislation is actually physical lots. So if he's directly adjoining the lot, which I believe Hyde Park is a single lot, then it applies. It doesn't take into account physical distance from the subject matter from your residence.
Just a follow-up question, if I may, Mayor. So I'm more talking about the trivial aspect. So yes, clearly in this situation, there's a proximity conflict because he lives directly opposite the park. My question is more about the trivial aspect, in a sense that we're talking about a decision on a kiosk within a park, and therefore in determining whether those two factors that you're talking about as to whether Councillor Alexander should be allowed to participate in discussion, on the point of trivial, he's a resident like many others, and we're talking about one aspect of a decision within that park. Would that the fact that it's one that the fact that it's that it doesn't really affect his land value or anything like it. So does that come into consideration for the decision about something being trivial?
Through the chair, the purpose of declaring the interest is because the council decision may potentially influence the property price and therefore you have an interest. It could mean that there is increased patronage of the Hyde Park. It may affect your property. It may make your property more desirable and valuations go up. So the nature of having to declare a proximity interest is whether it will influence the value of your property. It's not for me to determine what's trivial or not. It's for council to determine whether it's trivial. The council has the papers in front of you in respect to the report and the nature of the report and the impact on the park. I can't really comment other than my view is always it best be prudent to remove all doubt in respect to one, declaring an interest and possibly being involved in making a decision whether you could be seen to be influencing that decision by your mere presence.
Are there any other questions about the nature of the interest? Executive Manager, do you require a formal motion or is it just that we seek a mover and seconder as put by Councillor Alexander, or is there an alternate way you'd like me to present this to council to vote?
Thank you, Mayor. I think it's most appropriate. It says that council decides to allow the council member to participate. Deciding suggests that there's a resolution involved. So I would suggest that we'd need a mover and seconder for that, for Councillor Alexander to participate and then a decision be made based on that.
Okay, so we have a request to council from Councillor Alexander, who has declared a proximity interest to be able to both vote and speak in the debate, and failing the opportunity to vote, to speak only. So we'll deal with the voting and speaking first. Can I have a mover and seconder for that item, please? Moved by Councillor Ipolo, seconded by Councillor Hallett. This is debate. Then, sorry, we just don't deal with this very often. Haven't had to deal with this in 8 years. Can you just outline for me whether this is a procedural motion without debate or whether council members can in fact debate this?
Thank you, Mayor. To be honest, I'm unsure, but I suspect that councillors need to be comfortable to go through that decision making. So I would suspect that debating the issue is appropriate.
That would be my preference too. Okay, so we'll hear from you, Councillor Ipolo, as the mover of the motion.
Sure. Okay. So I totally, as someone who treats governance as something that is underpinning everything we do, I totally respect the issue of conflict. In this case, my view is that the matter is so trivial in a sense that, if anything, it's probably devaluing his property rather than increasing the property because of the commercialisation of the park. But
can you just stick to the interest and not the content of the item?
Sure. I just think that this, like I gave with that Britannia example, it just doesn't make sense in terms of, it just seems so trivial to me that I don't think Councillor Alexander would have any more incentive than just being a resident. Like, as a landowner and as someone who lives opposite the park, I don't think that there is any advantage to be gained, and his interest would purely be the same as anyone as a resident of City of Vincent.
Councillor Hallett.
Thank you. Sorry, I don't agree with that. I have a less nuanced view around proximity interests, and I think triviality is more black and white. And so in this instance, I don't support.
Councillors, does anyone wish to speak? Councillor Loden.
I tend to agree. I'm comfortable with the idea of Councillor Alexander being in the chamber and speaking on the item. He can have his say and so forth. And I don't think that there is an issue, but there is a perception of impact here. And so if he votes on the matter, then that is, and it ends up being a tied vote or something like that, that puts him in a quite awkward position. And so I think for the purposes of this, my preference would be that he participates in the debate, he can have his say on this matter. We are aware of his proximity interest, so that is part of our consideration as well. And then the remaining 8 councillors vote on the matter. That would be my take. So I don't support this, but I'd be happy to support Councillor Alexander participating in the debate.
Councillors. Councillor Castle.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't support Councillor Alexander voting on the matter. I think that it is really important that not only we acknowledge the interest, but also the perception of interest, and that the integrity of the decision, particularly in a matter like this, is of utmost importance. And I agree with Councillor Loden. I would not want this council to be put in a position where our decision is questioned due to the participation of someone with a conflict. I also don't believe that Councillor Alexander should speak on the matter, because it is important that we show the integrity of our decision, and that we remove any suggestion of any perceived influence or impact from someone who has a proximity interest. The Act is quite clear on this. This is one of the most significant conflicts that can have. I don't believe it's trivial, because that impact could be both in the positive or the negative. And I think that what we see here is quite a passionate community and a contentious decision. And I think that we need to have an abundance of caution.
Councillors. I'll speak to it. I would never sit in on a debate if I had a proximity interest. For me, the Act is very clear. I have had proximity interest in the past, and I have always understood that to be something which is very significant. In terms of the trivial nature, I think that it is also, you have to look at the circumstances and what we're dealing with here. We have a contentious matter before us. Councillor Alexander has already expressed a view to me outside of the chamber as a resident, and I don't believe it would be appropriate for Councillor Alexander to participate in the debate or to vote, and I would hold myself to that same account on a proximity interest, which I have done so in the past and would continue to do. Are there any further comments? Okay, I'll put the motion for Councillor Alexander to remain in the chamber and vote and speak to the item. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that lost. We will now deal with the matter of whether Councillor Alexander can participate in the vote, participate by speaking to the item but not voting. Can I have a mover and seconder for that motion, please? Moved by Councillor Loden, seconded by Councillor Gontaszewski. Wish to speak to it, Councillor Loden?
No.
Councillor Gontaszewski?
I would prefer that we weren't put in this position, but ultimately, thinking it through, I am, given that it had been declared in an open forum, and it is well understood that a proximity interest exists, I feel that I'm happy to hear Councillor Alexander's views in that matter, noting that I will be able to form my own view in relation to this item, considering what's said in the chamber and all the other sources that come forward.
Councillors, perhaps I could just ask a question of the Executive Manager of Governance. Just in terms of what your view is, if a council member is to participate in the debate where they have a proximity interest, is there any exposure or risk to that council member under the Local Government Act?
Thank you, Mayor. I don't believe so, because it's a decision of council to do so. My understanding is, in respect to these issues, if council has considered it through this process and decides to allow a council member to participate, generally that decision wouldn't be challenged, because it's been given a fair hearing through the process. So that's my understanding.
Okay, and then I guess what I'm particularly concerned with, given I've just expressed that view, do I take on any risk if I change my mind and allow for Councillor Alexander to participate in the vote?
I don't believe so.
Okay. All right. Councillors, any further comments or questions? Okay, I'll put that. All those in favour? All those against? I declare that carried. Councillor Alexander can be informed that he can participate in the debate, subject to meeting procedures, and but not vote.
Sorry, may I interrupt? Madam Mayor, I didn't quite get the vote and I'd just like to catch that.
Yep,
myself.
sure. So those in favour? Those against? 3 against. Thank you. So basically, council members, we are going to go through and call out items that we'd like to debate and items that will not be moved en bloc. There are a number of items that we have amendments laying on the table, so I assume that they will be called out. And we also have some absolute majority decision items that require us to vote separately on those items. And we will also be dealing with all items raised by members in the public gallery this evening. So I will go around the chamber and see if in addition to those items, there are any further that you wish to call out. Councillor Hallett, Councillor Castle, Councillor Wallace.
9.3.
Thank you. Councillor Opolo.
Sorry, the question is outside of this massive paper here, the ones we want to discuss.
Yeah, perhaps if you've put an amendment forward, you might just like to call it out anyway.
So it's the ones that we want to discuss.
Yes.
Okay. From the top. Do you want me to just go through the whole list? 9.1, 9.2, 9.3, 9.9.
It's okay, Councillor Opolo. It's really
9.16.
just about the items that you wish to call out, and then everyone gets to call out their own items. And then if there's any left over laying on the table, David and I can pick those up. So just particularly the items that you're wishing to call forward are fine.
Okay, well, I said them all except 11.9 and 11.11.
Thank you. Councillor Warner? No. Councillor Loden, Councillor Alexander.
Just a comment on Moyer Street, the gym warehouse, the leadable projects, and whatever's allowed with the kiosk.
Yeah, we've got all of those. Thank you. Councillor Gontaszewski. Yep, thank you very much. Thank you, councillors. The CEO will now read out the items to be moved en bloc.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Cole. The proposed items to be moved en bloc are as follows: item 9.4, item 9.5, item 9.6, item 9.7, item 9.8, item 9.11, item 9.12, item 9.13, item 9.14, item 11.1, item 11.3, item 11.4, item 11.5, item 11.6, 11.7, item 11.8, item 12.2, and item 12.4. I'll just check that Wendy has got all those.
Thank you very much, CEO. Can I call for a mover and seconder to move the en bloc items, please? Moved by Councillor Castle, seconded by Councillor Wallace. All those in favour? I declare the en bloc items carried. I have had a request, if you can please bear with me, members of the public gallery, because we do deal with items raised first by members of the public gallery, but we also do have our auditors here this evening and they are charging the city by the hour. So we promise to not take up too much time, but we do wish to deal with an item just very quickly so that they don't sit through rigorous debate on other items. So that is item 12.3, which is the report and minutes of the Audit Committee meeting held on the 7th of December 2021. If I could please call for a mover and seconder on this item, moved by...
Mr. Cribb, doesn't the Deputy Chair have to move the audit?
Sure, Councillor Iapolo moving it, seconded by Councillor Loden. And just before we go to debate, we just welcome you both here to the council meeting this evening. Thank you very much. We have at quite late in the day received this statement from the Auditor General in relation to our financial reports for the 2020-21 financial year. And I understand that you are going to speak to this briefly, if that is your understanding too. Thank you very much for coming along.
Thank you, Mayor Cole. My name is Mark Ambrose from the Office of the Auditor General. Just to talk through the 2021 Independent Auditor's Report. The report will be an unqualified opinion, meaning that it's fairly presents in all material respects the results and operations of the city for the year ended 30 June 2021 and its financial position. The audit report will include 2 emphasis of matter paragraphs. Those are just paragraphs where we draw a user's attention to certain notes in the financial statements, and those are relating to an event after the reporting date. The second emphasis of matter will be relating to a restatement of comparative figures. The other section of our audit report is the report on legal and regulatory requirements. We included in the report will be 2 adverse trends relating to the asset sustainability ratio and the operating surplus ratio. Also included in the report will be material matters of non-compliance, and this will be relating to access controls relating to your key financial system. There will be an item relating to changes to employee master files. There's also an item of non-compliance relating to the reconciliation of the bank reconciliation process that we find was inappropriately designed throughout the year. And the other item included in the report will be the not presenting of the asset renewable funding ratio. And that's just due to the long-term financial plan that was not reviewed and endorsed by council. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mark. I'm just wondering, CEO or Director of Community and Business, if there are any comments that you have in relation to those findings.
Thank you, Mayor. Look, the one comment that I will make is that there is a finding around the city's asset sustainability ratio, and particularly how that relates to the fact that the city hasn't approved the long-term financial plan. The situation there is that the long-term financial plan was approved in 2020 for a 10-year period, and the asset sustainability ratio actually requires 10 years of capital figures in order for that ratio to be calculated. We haven't refreshed the LTFP, the long-term financial plan, in 2021. That was pending the outcome of our asset sustainability work, the asset management sustainability strategy that council has approved just in October. So we felt that was a really important informing piece of work. We've now done that. We now have new elected members on board, and we would be working with council in the first few months of 2022 to actually work through that long-term financial plan and be in a much more robust situation to have that approved, available to the public, and then also to set out a long-term plan for our asset sustainability.
Thank you very much, Director. I appreciate that. Councillor Opolo, you moved the motion. Do you have any comments or questions? No. Councillor Loden? Councillors, any comments or questions? Thank you very much. Mark, we really appreciate you both coming in this evening, and yes, we will be working on those items. We know that we're very aware of the work that we need to do around asset sustainability in particular, and all of the other findings will be closely tracked by our audit committee and council. So thank you very much. Okay, then I'll put the motion. All those in favour? I declare that item carried. That was in relation to 12.3 report and minutes of the audit committee. So there you go, one item down. Okay, so the first item raised this evening by members of the public gallery was item 9.6, proposed lease of Hyde Park kiosk to Vegemama Proprietary Limited. Absolute majority decision is required on this item. Could I have a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Gontaszewski, and a seconder, seconded by Councillor Wallace.
Thank you, Mayor Cole. Notwithstanding some amendments and questions that make a recommendation to enter into a lease to fit out and have a cafe at Hyde Park, I believe that the question in relation to commercial activity in the park has been asked and answered on a number of occasions. I believe the food vans have commercialised the park over the past 3.5 years, and it's quite clear that the community is okay with this. However, I'm supportive of a permanent cafe business in the kiosk form as the model by which that commercial activity is delivered, because I think that it provides the commercial service that the community desires in a manner and at an intensity that is complementary to the character and heritage values of Hyde Park. As a councillor, I must consider several factors when making decisions that impact the future of Hyde Park for the good of the district, and recognise that Hyde Park has a regional significance in Perth, and with its established trees, ornamental lakes and shady walking paths, it is a unique and tranquil place in the city. I think it is appropriate for commercial activity in the park to be contained within the existing active zone, so that most of the park can be retained as a place of quiet enjoyment for park users. Containing the cafe within the existing built form of the shed will minimise the disruption of views and vistas and contain the scale of operations. Opening up the blank walls of the existing shed will also reduce the dominance of this built form and make it more attractive. And note that it does need some work there. I note this proposal has received a provisional support from the Heritage Council, and note that the council must be satisfied on matters such as tree protection and signage before final approval is given. I note that the City and the Department of Planning, Lands and Heritage must approve future works to the space, and that a plan for waste management must be approved. I am satisfied that there are mechanisms in place to ensure that the cafe is considerate to the heritage values and character of the place in terms of development and operations. Whilst the recommendation before us relates primarily to the lease, there is also impacts for the existing commercial operators who have received vending Vincent permits on an annual basis previously. The City of Vincent mobile food vendors policy requires that mobile food vendors are not sited in proximity to permanent food businesses, and I'm supportive of this, and that policy has not come forward with this item for review or amendment at this stage. I do believe that it's reasonable that our permanent rate-paying businesses are given priority. And as I have just outlined, I do believe that a permanent cafe is appropriate in this location. I understand that it is not the intention for the city to issue permits in compliance with the policy once the cafe commences operations, and that there will be a transition period whilst the city undertakes its fit-out work. In terms of the current Hyde Park locations, I do note that the Heritage Council in their commentary on this application talks to installations in the park that do not dominate or detract from the visual presentation of the place. And it's noted that new installations should maintain existing views and vistas in the park. When I think about the existing site allocated to our mobile vendors, I don't believe these provisions could reasonably be met. The vendors were moved to this location after complaints from residents to reduce noise and amenity impacts on the surrounding neighbours. However, I think that the existing location sitting between the walking path and the lake is dominant in the space and distracts from the vistas from a number of vantage points, from the playground, from the picnic lawn, from the benches underneath the Moreton Bays. I cannot imagine providing any approval for any built form in this area, and yet we have a policy that allows for significant installations into this space from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. 7 days a week. And I just cannot reconcile this on an ongoing basis. Moving to the vendors to a new location in the park would either place them closer to the residents, which has been a failure in the past, or move them out of the active zones. I also note that there is an alternate on the table in relation to this item that seeks to review the policy in relation to periods of trade within the park. So it would appear that even councillors that may have some concerns in relation to the kiosk item also share concerns in relation to the current location and hours of operation of the mobile food vendors. On to the matter at hand, though. The proposed lessee is a long-standing local independent and successful business. A compliant and quality submission was presented. The lessee will pay $27,000 in lease fees plus ESL and rates. There is a positive financial return to the city over the first term of the lease. I think this is a proposal that balances the city's important obligations in sensitively managing the park as a place of relaxation and recreation, minimising the impacts on surrounding residents and providing an appropriate level of commercial activity for the location. I won't say any more, but I have some amendments and questions later that I will ask, but I will cede my right to speak now.
Councillor Wallace.
Thank you, Mayor Cole. So Hyde Park is really treasured by the Vincent community and Greater Perth with extremely sensitive Aboriginal heritage, European heritage and environmental value. I think any changes by the city to the built environment or the commerciality of the park should be carefully weighed against these values. The current storage shed significantly detracts from the amenity of its immediate surrounds. Any changes from its former use, noting that these will likely persist for a period measured in decades, should be undertaken in a considered manner and result in an outstanding built and cultural outcome. Hyde Park is currently very well serviced by a number of successful local businesses on William Street, Glendower Street, Lake Street and Fitzgerald Street, either adjacent to or a very short walk from the park. I'm also aware of a JDAP approval on the corner of Bulwer and Glendower, which will create further commercial tenancies. The city, in creating a kiosk, would not be filling a particular need for such a venue within the park. I'm also of the view that Hyde Park is the jewel of Vincent and think we should set an extremely high bar when we are proposing new built form or alterations to existing built form, and when we are making policies allowing commercial operations within Hyde Park. With respect to the tenderers who were only able to respond to the RFT that was put to them, I don't think the proposal in front of us clears that bar. For that reason, I'm not supportive of the proposal to create a kiosk within the existing shed. With respect to the food vans, it's a very difficult situation. I have a deep respect for Islam, Shiraz, and the other vendors that have operated there. Superficially, it's a commercial operation, but I know that the operators have built valued relationships and a small community in their time trading there. I have some concerns with the operation of the vending Vincent policy and some potentially unforeseen consequences arriving from its drafting. The policy was conceived to facilitate a variety of mobile, occasional, and ephemeral food trading that would enhance the use of city-owned public open space. The policy was not conceived with the intent to create permanent commercial tenancies, which should instead be managed through the city's property management framework. However, this has been its effect. The property management framework sets out guidelines for terms for commercial tenancies, and the use of an $800 per year permit to establish a permanent commercial operation falls well outside of these guidelines. I've got an alternative motion here, which would seek to review and amend the Vincent policy to consider a limit on trading hours within a single location to reflect its initial intent, noting that the policy also allows vendors to trade at a number of other reserves within Vincent. Thank you, Mayor Cole.
Thank you, councillors. Councillor Aflalo.
Thank you, Mayor Cole. Very emotional agenda item, and thanks for all the members of the public that came here to talk to us and share their view about this agenda item. From my perspective, there's 4 questions that need to be answered. 1, does the community actually want a commercial kiosk in Hyde Park? 2, if they do, should that be granted with exclusivity at the expense of existing and future operators in the park, including the food trucks? 3, was the tender process conducted in a fair and transparent way? And 4, are the terms of this proposed lease commercial? I'll talk to each of those briefly. Question 1. So we did some community engagement surveys. In my view, the results of those surveys weren't definitive. And I guess complicating the matter is the fact that as one of the Stephen Graves in the audience has tabled to us and had sought an independent expert on the survey results. That report from this expert does articulate a number of anomalies in the survey, some conclusions that were drawn which were misleading based on the data and the survey results. And so the question about does the community want a commercial kiosk in Hyde Park is actually a difficult one to answer. What I certainly do see a massive outpouring of is on the second question about do they want it at the expense of the food trucks? So question 1 is not definitive. I think a 2014 survey did say that they didn't want a commercial kiosk, but
That's not correct.
It's not correct.
They did. The results were
But
more.
we didn't proceed with that. Sorry.
But the survey results were clear that it was something like 67 in favour, 37 against. So that was in favour at the time. But the council of the day, of which I was a part, opted to introduce the food vans.
Okay. Well, okay. The council decided at that time that it wasn't the time to commit to a commercial kiosk. So this is I haven't seen any outpouring. I've received many emails from the public about this issue, and I've responded to each and every one of them. I think I've responded to about at least 100 emails, but not one of those was actually in support of the commercial kiosk. So I've got doubts about question 1. Question 2 about the exclusivity. Well, this is clear in my mind. You know, what was it? 800 a petition for 800 signatures to me indicates community support that they're against exclusivity, i.e. the commercial kiosk at the expense of other operators in the park. My big issue with exclusivity is I think that there's a possibility that that opens up the City of Vincent to action under the commercial neutrality provisions. And that basically is where the City of Vincent would be seen to be favouring one private enterprise at the expense of another. And at the same time, where the City of Vincent would gain a commercial advantage. And the commercial advantage in this case is the fact that the exclusivity would theoretically entitle the City of Vincent to higher rent. And I also think, notwithstanding the competitive neutrality clauses and opening us up to an action, I think that we've always got to maintain a position of impartiality. And in this case, the council tonight has shown a big showing of how high it regards conflict of interest. And to me, this is a conflict of interest in the sense that this exclusivity provision is a conflict of interest for the City of Vincent itself.
Can you please respect the process? It's time to listen. Thank you very much.
So I have a big problem with question 2. Question 3, the concerns over the tender process. With this one, we started off with a tender process where we indicated what the terms are likely to be on the lease. We took candidates, or we accepted tender submissions, and we chose one of the tenders. And after that time, we then increased the number of concessions that tenderer would be entitled as part of the negotiation. And I think the problem with that, as some of the public have raised, is that it's unfair to the original tenderers and also unfair to the people that didn't tender, because if they knew that the terms of which City of Vincent would accept would be lower than what we put out at first place, then we may have had more people tendering, and that could have resulted in a better result for us. And lastly, question 4 about the commerciality of the lease. Look, I do greatly appreciate the changes that have been made by administration and from discussions with councillors, feedback by increasing the lease term from 2 to 5 years and reducing the concession for rent-free from 9 months to 3 months. So I think that they were good changes and I appreciate those. But I still do have some concerns about the rent when we started with a 30 to 60,000 and now it's at just under 30. So if I look at all the questions, 1, doubtful, 2, totally against exclusivity, 3, I think the tender process was flawed and it would be a peril to proceed on the basis of that. And 4, I don't think still, despite the changes, that the lease reflects commercial terms, particularly about the fit out and the rent. Thank you. So I'm not supporting this item.
Thank you. Councillors? Councillor Castle?
Thank you, Mayor. I am supportive of this item. I had some reservations last week, in particular around the terms of the lease, but I am happy with the changes and I think that what we're being presented with now is much more appropriate. And for that reason, I'm comfortable supporting the item and I think it will be the best outcome for Hyde Park. The improvements to the building will create a more attractive facility than the current storage shed. And I think what everyone in the room agrees is that Hyde Park is a treasure for and valued for its cultural and environmental heritage and amenity, and that there clearly is a desire in our community to access food and beverage within the park. The task we have at council is to balance those desires to provide a facility without over-commercialising the space. I agree with Councillor Gontaszewski that the kiosk will have less impact on the park and the quiet enjoyment of the park. Look, I think it's also clear that the current food trucks are very well liked and that they have are businesses that have built a community around them, and I really commend them for that. They're clearly doing a fantastic job of keeping their customers happy. But I do believe that when the Vincent vending policy was introduced, it was not intended to provide permanent food vans that were there all year round, every day. It was, in fact, I believe, intended as a trial for the provision of food and beverage in the park. And I don't think that the de facto permanent facilities that we seem to have now, or the exclusive rights that seem to be in operation in Hyde Park, was ever the intention of that policy. And because I really believe that the nature of food truck businesses, as I've observed it operating across Perth, is that they're mobile, they're moving, they're offered in many different locations. They're not tied to one particular location. I think that the recommended operator, Veggie Mama, is a great choice for this kiosk. It's a local family-run business with a proven track record. They've stated they'll be offering healthy, affordable options with an inclusive menu that everyone can enjoy. And look, I understand that this is a disappointing decision for the operators of the food vans and for those who frequent them. But I want to note that this decision is simply, in relation to those food vans, is simply to vary the locations that are approved and allowable under the Vending Vincent policy. It is not an order for these businesses to shut down. It is not a judgment on those particular food vans. It is simply saying that this is not the right location for them. The very nature of their business means that they can move locations, and I understand that administration has been working with them to propose other locations, including Banks Reserve, which is a beautiful park on the river. And I'm sure the the residents around there would welcome some coffee and other options in their park. I also think it is appropriate to give the new kiosk operator the best chance of success with exclusivity, because they are making an investment into the fit out of this business. They have overheads of a bricks and mortar business that a food van does not. And we've always been very clear in Vincent about supporting our local businesses and recognising the extra pressures that they have in an increasingly mobile and online retail and food and bev environment. So I think that is appropriate to allow this business to start with the best chance of success. And so for that reason, I'm supportive of this proposal.
Councillors? Councillor Alexander?
I declared a proximity interest earlier. From our house, we can't even see where the proposed kiosk is. I'm a little bit bewildered given the consultation, which in my own reading I can see to be flawed. And also I would have thought many of the councillors may have seen that, but also what Stephen Groves has produced from Dr. May Carter would confirm that. So before I make some general comments on the kiosk and what the voice of the people is clearly asking for, I just wanted to go through briefly, and I think councillors have been given the Dr. May Carter document, but I'd make some comments myself, because my reading of it was that in asking some of the questions were support permanent kiosk and food vans, 211. And I note the question was support kiosk and food vans. And so when administration, I presume, were interpreting this for the council, I believe they got it clearly wrong, because they didn't add the 211 that was for kiosk and food vans at all. What happened is for the kiosk, they added 211 plus 61 who said support a permanent kiosk without food vans, and got 272. Any fair reading of this, you would have added the 211 to the 81 which said do not support a kiosk, support food vans only, 81. And 81 plus 211 is 292 for the food vans versus 272. But the only direct question which was asked, I believe, in what I believe, I've got to say I believe, is a clearly flawed report and biased, perhaps unintentionally, in favour of the food vans. The two direct questions were support a permanent kiosk without food vans, 61. The next question, do not support a permanent kiosk, support food vans only, 81. And so that is, clearly there. This original consultation also set up what I believe are very incorrect numbers. They decided they'd take the 272 that support the kiosks, and they come up with a 104 figure, which didn't support the kiosk. And they used, I believe, those figures incorrectly. They took the 81 that did not support a permanent kiosk and food vans only and added it to do not support any option, and come up with 104 who don't want a kiosk. So it looked like it was overwhelming, 272 to 104. That is an absolutely false figure. And at any reasonable reading of that, you've got to come up with that. So for a start, I don't know how the council even got started on considering a kiosk, given the numbers of the consultation. Dr. May Carter's report goes on with, let me just find the spot. The council report states that 272 respondents supported the kiosk proposal and 104 respondents did not support or oppose the kiosk proposal. These results were constructed by adding the survey responses below, as I mentioned. And she finishes off her report with while the council report recommends that food vans be allowed to continue operating at Hyde Park, the consultation outcomes presented in this report appear to suggest that the kiosk proposal is more highly favoured by the community. I do not believe this to be the case. And further, in her report, my initial read of the item 12.3 results of the consultation, proposal for a commercial kiosk at Hyde Park in the ordinary council meeting agenda of the 18th of May 2021, is that some of the results appear to be cherry-picked and used out of context. So I don't know how this got, with this flawed consultation report, even got off the starting block. And so that's my comment on the so-called consultation. At the very least, the voice of the people should be heard. And we've heard tonight that there's 800 signatures for the kiosk, which I think there was 314 people consulted. And those 314 people, there was a majority for the kiosk. So when we get elected to council, we do things like saying, we will be the voice of the people. We will do what people think they want. And for those people down at Hyde Park, and I noticed one gentleman said he wanted to cry. Well, I might be 196, but I probably feel like crying about this too, because I've had to declare a proximity interest because I've lived this exercise for the last 6 years in which we've been there. And I see people come and I see people go. People, when they try to put a knife in the kiosk, they'll say it's on the end of a toilet block. Well, it's not, it's on the end of a shed. So, but nevertheless, it's a small shed. You don't particularly notice it when you walk by. I actually took some photographs of it and it's quite shady. And when you visualize a kiosk there with, advertising hoardings and, all the rest of rubbish coming and going and products coming and going and deliveries coming and going, right through the middle of a playground, I just think it's quite poor. And what I wrote down, I didn't realise I was going to get the opportunity to speak, but I appreciate it. And so I thank the rest of the council for indulging me. You're probably thinking you did the wrong thing at the moment, but nevertheless,
I'm just letting you know you've gone well over 5 minutes. So
okay. Well, I wanted to just give the stats first, which are misleading. Then I quickly wanted to go through this, which is I just think the idyllic nature of Hyde Park has been threatened. We don't need that there. We've got an Aboriginal heritage legacy, but we've also got a legacy bequeathed to us by the generations. And since 1897, we haven't needed, a commercial exercise there. The food vans are not there all the time. If it's a bad day, they don't turn up. If it's a rain, they go home early. So there's not a continual presence like the kiosk would be. And, I think it's a fragile environment, and I think we need to listen to the voice of the people, which is very strong. I can't understand why a kiosk is being contemplated with the visual pollution of advertising signs, wayfinding signs, vehicles coming and going. I can't understand why we want to spend ratepayers' money on this when ban doesn't cost us anything. And also in government, there's a thing called competitive neutrality. Now, the food van has been allowed by this council to be there for 3.5 years. I hear Councillor Castle say there's a vending policy which allows a year. Well, he's been allowed to be there for 3.5 years and build up his goodwill, work hard, and get his customers. Now, if the council wanted this, they should have given him his notice 2.5 years ago, and they chose not to. But they've allowed him to work hard, develop his business, and also, enthuse us.
Councillor Alexander, can you start to wrap up, because we're really only supposed to speak for 5 minutes and you're going well over.
Okay, well, there's over 800 people who've signed, and you can imagine having those who wouldn't. The food vans were agreed to be trialled in 2014. They've been trialled. We saw 5 at a time and all of that. They were good, but they couldn't make their business. It wouldn't work for them. Now there's 2 there. They exist. They've had a couple of arguments, and my comment to the mayor and to the CEO would be, if you can run a council, you can sort out a couple of food ban arguments, I would think. So I would say that the food vans have been successful after the trial because people like them. I think we need to acknowledge what the people want. We acknowledge that there's been a flawed van there, and also the competitive neutrality policy is that you shouldn't use government money to compete with a private operator. And what we're considering doing now is using ratepayers' money, stroke government money, to put a private operator out of business. And so I would say at the very least that if the council here decided
Councillor
that there shouldn't be
Alexander.
vans there, maybe give them a 2-year notice period and then
A 2-year
take tenders
notice
for the
period.
vans.
Okay, thank you. Please observe quietly. This is not a time for clapping and cheering. This is observing councillors deliberating. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. You've had public question time and we appreciate you being here. Next councillor who wishes to speak.
Sorry, could I say one thing?
No, you've finished.
I was just
Moving on
going to
to
say I
councillor
appreciate
Loden.
the opportunity.
Thank you. You've said that. Councillor Loden.
Can I just ask a question through to administration around, I'm not familiar with competitive neutrality, and if we could be provided some information just to explain that, because I'm not familiar with it.
Through you, Mayor Cole, I think the reference relates to the federal government's competition policy, which does have competitive neutrality requirements around Commonwealth government trading enterprises. And the principle, which is applied at the federal level to federal government trading enterprises, like the former Telstra before it was corporatized, Australia Post, is that government trading enterprises should not be able to unfairly compete against the private sector because of the advantages they have as a public sector organisation. For instance, they are able to borrow against at the Australian government treasury rate as opposed to the higher risk rates that the private sector has to borrow on the open market. We do not think that competitive neutrality, there are no competitive neutrality restraints or constraints on the City of Vincent exercising its discretionary decision-making to lease or not to lease one of its properties with relevant approvals through the state government departments, or to issue or not to issue discretionary permits for food vans to operate in its parks or reserves.
Thank you. And Councillor Iopolo raised the concern that this represents a conflict of interest for the city as well. I was wondering if we could get a comment on that too.
Through Michael, I don't want to speak on Councillor Iopolo's part. I think that related to that aspect of competitive neutrality, whether or not by awarding a lease to a city property, we were somehow unfairly competing against other operators, in this instance, the food vans.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak again. So the conflict
This is
in
a
my
point of clarification.
point
It's
of
not speaking
clarification.
again. So
Yep,
if you
so
could
point
make
of
your point of clarification.
is the conflict is that it's the exclusivity that creates the conflict. The conflict being we issue a lease to a party and at the expense of all other parties, and that should technically drive a benefit to the City of Vincent. That's the conflict.
CEO.
Through you, Mayor Cole, what's being proposed to council is entirely in accordance with council's ability to award a lease for one of its properties. It's in accordance with council's approved property management framework, and the exclusivity provisions do relate also to council's existing policy on how food vans should operate and how they're allowed to operate in parks and reserves. The competitive aspect, which has already been mentioned tonight, is that the 100-metre rule related to concerns from City of Vincent bricks and mortar businesses about the potential for mobile food vans to potentially unfairly compete against bricks and mortar operations with much higher overheads rent or lease payments and other expenditure related to running a bricks and mortar food and beverage operation.
As long as it's not
Yeah,
debate, councillor
I'll quote,
Oploy.
I'm going to quote from the Commonwealth Competitive Neutrality Policy Statement, one sentence. Competitive neutrality requires that the government's business activities, i.e. renting, shall not enjoy net competitive advantages over their private sector competitors simply by virtue of public sector ownership, being the park.
Through Mayor Cole, that's yes, that's Australian competition policy. It doesn't apply to a local government lease.
Look, I'm going to move on from this to allow debate to continue. So is there a councillor that hasn't spoken yet that wishes to speak? Councillor Warner.
Thank you, Mayor Cole. This is my first time speaking, so please be gentle. I just want to say that I support the recommendation, but I do really want to make it clear that I have concerns about the integrity of our consultation on this, and that our survey results are a little bit conflicted. And I really think that there's something that we can improve on there. And I'm concerned too about the lapse I see in the management of the food vans, for them to be in a situation now after this many years to sort of feel a sense of ownership, when that was certainly not what the policy was intended to. And I feel that's set up some expectations that are unfortunate, and sadly we need to deal with those today. I do thank everyone who did contact us. I've been overwhelmed with emails and calls, etc. And so I thank everyone for their advice on this. I do feel like there is a real campaign, though, to push the food trucks on this. And I feel like we're sort of competing here. And I took offence at being told that 7 of us had already made our decisions on this. And I feel like that's been part of their campaign. We're hearing liquor licensing. All these issues have been pushed up tonight, which are irrelevant, are wrong, and quite frankly, they're unfair. So I just want to say that, yes, I support this, but I also support us doing this better.
Thank you. Have all councillors spoken? Councillor Hunt, you wish to speak?
I'm wondering if Councillor Wallace had an alternative recommendation, which has got 2 motions in it. And I'm wondering if we could move, or if I can propose to move the second part of that as an amendment to the substantive motion.
You are free to move an amendment of your wish.
Thank you. And this is just in relation to the review and amendment of the vending Vincent policy, for the reasons that have been raised several times around I guess the gap between the intent of the policy's origins and the expectations that have resulted.
Could you just read the wording just so there's no doubt about the part that you're moving as an amendment?
The request administration review and amend the vending Vincent policy to consider a maximum period of trade within a single location.
Is there a seconder for the amendment? Seconded by Councillor Wallace. Do you wish to speak to it further? Councillor Wallace, do you wish to speak to it? Does anyone wish to speak to the amendment? Okay, I'll put the amendment. All those in favour? All those against? Councillor, oh yes, you can't vote. Okay, so that was 8 voting in favour of the amendment. We're back to the substantive motion. Any further debate from you, Councillor Hallett? Okay, look, I will speak to this motion. There's a lot of community interest in this matter. And I appreciate very much everyone being here this evening to express their view to us. And I appreciate what this means to Islam and his business, What the Flip. I, as the longest serving council member now, think that when I first joined council, one of the first items I dealt with, similar to our 3 new councillors, was an EOI for a kiosk at Hyde Park. The EOI had gone out in July 2013. A council before I had joined had made that decision to call for EOIs for kiosks or cafes at Hyde Park and Banks Reserve. In December 2013, after I had joined the council considered 4 submissions for Hyde Park. One included a dome tea rooms. and one for banks, and then determined to have further consultation on what had been received. So in 2014, there was consultation by way of a survey and a public forum on the proposal of having a kiosk in Hyde Park and at Banks Reserve. And at that time, the numbers are not what we're speaking of today, but at Hyde Park, we had 67 people in favour of a kiosk, 37 against, 5 expressing that they had a view neither way. At the forum, I think there were 15 people that spoke for and 15 people that spoke against. So it's always been an issue that has had diversity of opinions. At that time, given the nature of some of the applications that had been received, such as the large-scale tea rooms, which was not envisaged, council did decide at that time to move with food trucks for the first time, and that was really where the Vending Vincent mobile food vendor policy grew from. And that was really to say, we can see there's an interest in having some activation in our parks. Doesn't need to be permanent. Shall we try it out with food trucks and see what happens? So it was a first for Vincent, and it was, from my perspective, it was about testing community sentiments about food offerings in our highly visited parks. I just do agree with Councillor Warner that we have been dealing with some myths that have been circulating around this issue. In terms of the process, I just have to state this was an open EOI process for anyone. The food trucks were made aware, one of the food trucks submitted. The terms, the criteria was open, it's outlined in the report before us this evening. It did not specify lease terms, and it invited proposals on offerings from submitters, including a business concept, the aesthetic suitability to the surroundings of beautiful Hyde Park, management of issues such as waste, environmental impact, even work and health safety, company credentials and financial and operational health, healthy food offerings was a big one, and a sample menu, and a proposal from the people that put forward the EOI on what they would put forward for lease terms and rent. It was an open, competitive process, and our food truck purveyors were well aware that this was available to them. In terms of the cuisine, there's been a campaign from some, not in the chamber here tonight, I thank you, that we were trying to run a vegan cafe in Hyde Park. Don't have anything against vegan food, not a vegan myself, but this was not cuisine specific. We did not go out seeking a type of cuisine other than saying that we'd like to see healthy options, not vegan, not even vegetarian. And what I will say is that while Veggie Mama is the parent company that we're considering this evening, they intend to set up a new business called The Meeting Place, and they intend to sell food offerings that include things like salmon bagels, chicken sandwiches, meat phyllo pastries. I've double checked because I think it is really important that ice cream is available for kids who want to treat when they're at the water playground, and that would be provided, as well as coffee, juices and muffins. We're talking about accessible fare. Liquor, it's gone. It's not a consideration. The leasing terms are clear that liquor is not part of the consideration, whether it's temporary, it's not in the leasing terms, it's clear. The term of lease, that was a consideration for council, because if you are making an investment of ratepayers' money, $55,000 in this case, you do need to make sure that that city's investment is covered. So what we have now is a proposal for a 5-year lease, which more than covers the investment that the city is making. And in terms of commentary around this being a money-making situation for the council, that is a good thing that we make money, because the money goes back into community infrastructure. We're not here to make money for anyone but the community. And as you've heard our auditors speak to this evening, we have issues with our asset sustainability. The money that we make from the kiosk will go back to community facilities, like the grungy toilets that we need to fix, like having better playgrounds, like having more shade in Hyde Park over the playground. This is where your money goes. And this is where any money being received by the City of Vincent goes. We are not in the business of making money. We don't hold big reserves. We spend our money on community facilities and supporting our local businesses and community. Food truck permits operate under entirely different terms. These are annual permits. We have a spot in the park for 3 food trucks to operate. No permanency is guaranteed by the permits, and that is why mobile food vendors permits are $650 to $900 depending on the risk assessment of the food that they are selling. So in terms of saying that this is not a commercial business operating, I refute that, because the fact is 3.5 years of running a food truck at $650 to $900 for an annual permit, competing against bricks and mortar City of Vincent businesses. If you're talking about competition, that really needs to be considered. In terms of the argument about commercialisation, I have to say that really does baffle me. We've heard a lot about Hyde Park being a place of quiet reflection, where we don't want intrusion, we have a fragile environment, and I absolutely agree. It is an absolute jewel in our parks. Our parks generally are beautiful and of a high standard, and they make me incredibly proud. And every time I go to Hyde Park, I feel utter joy with this beautiful environment for our community. But we have the ability to have 3 food trucks down on the lakes with tables, trestle tables, with furniture. And I'm afraid that I just don't see, when I walk across the park and I hear the generators going and I see the food trucks along the lake, I don't see that as a permanent and sustainable place for food offerings. In relation to the engagement, absolutely. I've read this clearly, and I've looked at the raw data based on the very questions that were asked. Who supported permanent kiosk and food vans? 211. Who supported permanent kiosk without food vans? 61. And who did not support a permanent kiosk and supported food vans only? 81. It's absolutely clear to me that the community has said that they would like a food offering, whether it's kiosk and food trucks. That is absolutely clear, and I'm not refuting that, and neither is the report. It's here on page 4 of the individual item. The issue for council is that we need to consider a range of factors, and I absolutely understand the passion from the community on this issue. Community engagement and views are incredibly important. That is why we spent about 2 years developing a community engagement framework where this council is pushing for better, deeper, broader engagement on the issues that we deal with. It does not mean that community engagement is the only factor, because yes, we are here to represent the community, but we're also here to represent sound decision-making, where we take objective decision-making seriously and we consider a range of considerations. For me, those considerations are the merits of the proposal, including confidence in the provider, the food offering, the quality and the diversity of that offering. In that, I'm confident. Park amenity. I share the views of Councillor Gontaszewski when I see the food trucks in that location. I think it's done really well over the past 3.5 years, but I don't see that as a permanent location moving forward. I think the generator noise, the way that we have had issues between food truck providers, it has to be said that the city has had to spend money dealing with disputes between food van operators. That's a fact. The care and maintenance of the park amenity are things that the City of Vincent is responsible for. Investment from the city requires a fair return, and the intent of the mobile food vendor policy versus a fixed kiosk is 2 very different things that we're talking about. A fixed kiosk contained within an existing built form away from the lakes is something that I think for the long-term future of Hyde Park is a better way to achieve the community's desire for a food offering in Kings Park. When it comes to things like commercial neutrality, I simply disagree. We're talking about land zoned parks and recreation vested in the City of Vincent, and any commercial activity within parks and recs must be ancillary to that recreational use. This is not a town centre. This is not about having competition between private businesses in a private market economy. This is a park where any use has to be ancillary to the land use. This is not favouring one enterprise over another. This is about making decisions as the City of Vincent about what we think is the best way for the park to cope with having that food offering that the community desires. So I do feel for Izzy and what the flip, and I understand passion that he brings to his business and the following that he attracts. We would love to see Izzy operate at Banks Reserve. We would love to see Izzy operate at the markets that we have across the city of Vincent and to remain one of the well-loved mobile food vendors in the city of Vincent. But tonight's decision for me is about Hyde Park and having a kiosk. And for me, I'm in support of that. Councillor Gonchevsky.
Thank you, Mayor Cole. I have just a question and potentially 2 small amendments to the item before we move forward. My first amendment relates to item 5 in the recommendation. And it is to insert the words after the words satisfactory negotiations, to insert the words and confirmation of the city's fit out costs, so that the full recommendation for item 5 would read, subject to the relevant Department of Planning, Land and Heritage approvals and final satisfactory negotiations and confirmation of the city's fit out costs being carried out by the Chief Executive Officer, authorises the Mayor and Chief Executive Officer to affix the common seal and execute the lease as set out in recommendation 3.
Is there a seconder for the amendment? Seconded by Councillor Castle.
I'll just speak very briefly. This is just to make it very clear that my decision making in this regard is partly influenced by the fact that this is has a positive financial value to the city. Ultimately, should the fit out costs to the city have some ridiculous hot market blowout, etc., I believe that it would be appropriate to review before authorising the executing the lease. I do not have concerns ultimately that this is likely to happen, but I just, for clarity, I just want to be clear. I have asked questions previously in relation to the costings obtained in relation to the work. So, but this is just for the purpose of being very clear.
Councillor Castle, wish to speak to it. Does anyone wish to speak to the amendment? Councillor Wallace.
Thanks, Michael. Just a clarifying question. It calls for an absolute majority to allocate this budget. Is that an issue if there's not, we don't get an absolute majority on the main item?
I'll hand that to governance to answer.
Thank you, Mayor. It's making an amendment to essentially the officer's recommendation, not making a final decision. So it doesn't need an absolute majority to amend a proposed recommendation for an absolute majority.
Thank you. Anything further, Councillor Wallace?
No, if governance is okay with it, I'm okay with it, I guess.
Thank you. Councillors, any comment on the amendment? Okay, I'll put the amendment. All those in favour? All those in favour. Sorry, I keep looking to you to vote, but thank you for doing the right thing and not voting. Okay, another amendment from Councillor Gonchevsky.
Yeah, sorry, thank you. I just have a question in relation to the utilities. I'm considering putting forward an amendment in relation to amending item 3.7 in relation to utilities, water and electricity that are included in the rent for the initial, that are currently included in the rent. Just wondered whether administration had any comments in relation to amending this so that it was included in the rent for the initial term and will be estimated or metered separately as part of outgoings for any subsequent terms.
Through the chair, the initial reason for having it inclusive of the rental was that it was very difficult to determine what the outgoings potentially will be for a new facility, and we're unknown as what shape that would be. I don't think the administration would be against the concept of reviewing the impact of outgoings in subsequent reviews.
So I then would like to put forward that as an amendment to item 3.7 to include the words at the end of the sentence that says utility, water and electricity are to be included in the rent. Wendy, I'm emailing this to you now. That says that it says utilities, water and electricity are to be included in the rent for the initial term and will be estimated or metered separately as part of outgoings for any subsequent terms.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for the amendment? Seconded by councillor Warner.
I understand why we're not including it this time around, but if the business is a successful offering, I think that it brings it more in alignment with our other commercial leases as part of the property management framework, where we do include where utilities are included as outgoings and paid by the tenant.
Councillor Warner, any comment on the amendment?
I'd like to make an amendment on the amendment if it
Can't
gets
do
through.
that.
If it gets through.
You have to wait until we've voted and we're back to the substantive motion. Any further comment on this amendment? Okay, I'll put it. All those in favour? That's carried. We're back to the substantive motion. Councillor Opolo, you have an amendment?
Yeah, if we've just recognised that it's hard to measure, why can't we just assign a value to utilities as estimate and just make that an absolute amount so that we don't get to a situation where we can't estimate what it is? So I would propose, I'd ask administration's advice on what that number should be, but maybe $500 per annum.
Is that possible to name a figure at this stage?
Through you, Mayor Cole, just looking at our Director of Infrastructure, after the first year of operation, we'd be able to measure the difference between current electricity and current water. So for year 2, it would have a definitive difference in the increase. I'm just not sure how we put those into words for an amendment, but I don't think that would be difficult to approve.
I think that's just going to be different to the amendment that's just become part of the substantive. So we just, Wendy, is it possible to bring the substantive up onto the screen so we can see? Are you suggesting, CEO, that we can require payment for water and electricity after year 2?
Through you, Mayor Cole, we would be able to measure the difference between current use and then after 12 months of operation, what that difference is. And then we could use that as the basis for the estimation. But I'm just confirming with, we're caucusing now.
Okay, we'll give you a minute to see if you're, if it's possible. Administration, just to clarify, we've now set that the payments will start at the second lease term. If the answer cannot be clearly put forward this evening, I just don't know that it's the way to insert lease terms. I think we need to be very confident in what it is that you're about to suggest.
Through you, Mayor Cole, if I could just clarify, we couldn't estimate at this point how much the leased area would use in water and electricity. We don't have that information. We could have a guess, but it wouldn't be accurate. Because we don't know how they're going to operate. So in relation to the wording of the current motion before you, it states that it would be an estimate or it would be metered. So that estimate would be determined over that 5-year period. We would do the upgrade to the toilet, which would obviously save us water. We then see how that goes for a year, and then we would compare that to the usage from the tenancy, and we would do an estimate at that time. So we can't estimate at this time with no notice to put that information together.
Councillor Opolo, are you satisfied, or do you still wish to move an amendment?
Yeah, I'd like to move an amendment because it's just easier to say $1,000, you know, for
Are you-
example.
Well, put up an amendment and we'll see if it has a
Okay.
seconder.
So I propose an amendment to include water and an amount for water and utilities, which is exclusive of rent after the first year. I think that's what everyone said, for $1,000 per annum.
Is there a seconder for the amendment? There's no seconder, so the amendment falls. Any further comments or amendments? For those who haven't already spoken to substantive, everyone's spoken. Okay, I will now put the motion. All those in favour?
I'd like to defer, a motion to defer.
Motion, you're
Before we
moving, you want to move a procedural motion to defer?
Yes.
Is
thank
there a
you.
seconder for the deferral motion?
Am I allowed to move an amendment?
No, you're not. Goodness sake.
Can I give the reasons first?
And that's voting. That's participating and moving amendments. That is really not allowed.
Mayor Cole, am I allowed to say the reasons for it first?
You can say the reasons, but then on a procedural motion, we do
Sure.
not debate.
Yep. So my request for a deferral is to seek legal advice on the issue of neutrality, because it does apply to the Government of Western Australia. I don't want us exposed to legal action for competitive neutrality, and also about the inadequacy regarding the tender process.
Is there a seconder for the deferral motion? There is no seconder, so we're back to the substantive motion. I think everyone has spoken unless there are any further amendments. I'll put the motion. All those in favour of the officer's recommendation as amended by council, please raise your hand. All those against? That's 2 voting against, but that motion is carried. Okay, the next item of business raised by member Izzy. Thank you very much, Izzy. Izzy, please.
I pay about $50,000 with my generator. It's not easy. It's not easy. Are you making me crazy? You're making me.
Izzy, please leave the chamber.
It's not right. It's not right. It's unfair. It's unjust. It's undemocratic.
Izzy, if you don't stop, Izzy, please stop.
I'm out. I'm out. $15,000.
Okay, we're moving on to item 9.1, which is number 305 Fitzgerald Street, West Perth, change of use from warehouse to recreation private, amendment to approved unauthorised existing development. Can I please have a mover and seconder for this item? Moved by councillor Loden, seconded councillor Castle.
Thank you, Mayor. The challenge with this item is that we are in a planning framework here. So we are required to assess this under the planning framework. So I fully recognise the noise issues that people are talking about here. And I would be really frustrated if that was happening in my street. I'd be getting really annoyed as well. So I don't want to diminish those concerns that people are raising here. But that is not a valid basis, because what people are seeking here is that we refuse this item. But I don't see that as a valid basis for refusing this on its planning, from a planning point of view. I am concerned about the intensity of the use, and I do think there is a valid basis around changing some of the conditions in this item around that, and there are some amendments to that effect. I do want to ask about the continued use of the footpath, if I could. There was a query raised about whether or not the business owner is still allowed to use the footpath, because there was some lack of clarity apparently. So if I could ask that question.
Through you, Mayor Cole, as part of the applicant's proposal, there was no indication that the footpath would form part of the gym activities. The city's assessment of the proposal on that basis is for all gym activities to be contained within the building. That is also reflected in the supporting noise and vibration management plan and the assessment that was undertaken around that modelling. So on that basis, there's a condition recommended by administration, should the application be approved, that requires all of the gym activities to remain wholly within the building. In terms of the use of a footpath, that is a separate matter, not dealt with under the planning framework. It's dealt with under a local law. And I will advise that it relates to the impediment of safe use of that footpath. So that would be prohibited in terms of using that space outside of the planning framework anyway.
So the issue around noise is very much outside of the planning. That needs to go through the enforcement side of the activities that the city do. But I do think there is an opportunity for the city to be a bit more proactive on this. I do feel that pain that residents are talking about, that they're in this the situation where they're having to effectively monitor. And I think we should be doing that. We can't provide direction to administration on that as a result of an approval, but I think that that's something that should be undertaken. I do note there is an alternative recommendation, so I am interested in hearing the debate on this as well. But from my perspective, this is an approvable application. I will seek to amend some of the conditions on that, but I'll also listen to the debate that others have to bring to this. Thank you.
Councillors, Councillor Castle.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm not supportive of the officer recommendation on this item tonight. In short, I'm not comfortable with supporting an increase in the intensity of the operation that would come through an increase in hours or patron numbers. I'm not satisfied that the impact of the amenity on the current operations is being properly managed, let alone that an increased intensity could, as proposed here, could be. I do appreciate that there has been attempts by administration to bring this into compliance, and that has been challenging. But I just think on the current information that we have, the technical reports, I'm not comfortable with granting a condition, granting an approval, albeit conditional, that would increase that impact on the amenity of the surrounding location.
Councillors. Councillor Apollo.
Yeah, I'd echo Councillor Castle's comments, but I'd also like to bring another matter. Is that, and it's really a question to administration. The acoustics consultants report under the basis of report says that the report has been prepared by the Acoustics Consultants Australia. The report is for the exclusive use of the client, that is the applicant, and no warranties or guarantees should be inferred by any third parties. The report may not be relied upon by other parties without written consent from the client. And my understanding from questions during the week to administration was that we received no such permission or no such consent to rely on the report from the applicant. So does that mean we can actually take into consideration this acoustics report at all?
Through you, Mayor Cole, yes, this came up throughout the week, and as per our response, the city has adopted policy around sound attenuation and the expectation that there is detailed noise modelling submitted at the planning application stage, consistent with that position. An acoustic report that deals with both noise and vibration has been submitted to support the planning application and to inform the city's assessment. And on that basis, the city's assessment has had regard and considered the recommendations of that report.
So just for absolute clarity, it seems hard that we can rely on it. I mean, there's two questions here. One is whether we have the authority to rely on it. So can we take it in consideration in considering the application? That's the first question. I've got some concerns about that as I've raised. The second one is if there's an error in the report, how are we saying that even if we did have consent and there was an error in the report, a technical expert's report, that it's our obligation to determine whether to identify that error in our decision as a council, and we cannot, even if the decision was made to accept the applicant's thing and there were errors in the report and we were entitled to rely on it, is there no recourse to go back to the applicant or the provider of the advice and seek legal remedy?
Through you, Mayor Cole, in relation to the first question, the council must have regard to the report because it's been submitted as part of the application. In relation to the potential for there to be an error, there is potential for that, of course. The city's environmental health officers who are qualified in noise assessments have reviewed the report, assessed the report. They have confirmed that the assumptions, the results are all in line with their experience and qualification, their understanding of the requirements, the likely noise impacts. So they have not found any errors that they think are obvious or any potential for there to be a risk that the noise report itself can't be relied upon. And so council needs to be satisfied, obviously, that what's set out in the report is reasonable and appropriate. Administration's done a review, provided that advice, and so council now needs to make a decision about whether the report and the recommendations that administration has put to council are reasonable.
Councillors, Councillor Gonchevsky.
No, I don't support the officer recommendation in this instance. When I did my training in local government decision making, one of the things that was impressed upon me is obviously council has an opportunity to approve, to refuse, or to approve with amendments, but to be very careful when approving with amendments. When you have so many amendments that it essentially is not looking like the thing it currently looks like or is desired to look like, that is not necessarily a great outcome. And whilst I do understand the approach taken by administration in this instance, I'm not satisfied that the report provided was reasonable and appropriate, in that I don't believe that it's the assumptions on which it is based is reflective of the current or desired future operations. And so I would not be comfortable in that. And also I have listened to the results of the community consultation and take on board the concerns of surrounding residents in regards to increasing the scale of operations being detrimental to the amenity of the area. And so I will not be supporting the officer recommendation.
Councillor Hallett.
Thank you. Just a question in terms of the existing use and the noise attenuation, I guess, opportunities. Not to verbal administration, but a sense that there was a bit of a reasoning behind this proposal that this was an avenue in which we could require changes to the fit out in the development to address some of the noise issues. But I'm just wondering about what are the barriers to us requiring that, given that, yes, this is an increased intensity, but the causes of much of the noise are what exist right now. And so what have been the barriers in us being able to apply that noise attenuation in the current circumstances?
Yes, through Mayor Cole. As I mentioned last week, the city doesn't have hasn't recorded any breaches of the noise regulations. So that's our barrier. The monitoring on the commercial site showed that it just complied with the commercial standards. We haven't been able to take monitoring on other residential properties because the owners haven't consented to that. So there aren't any breaches of the regulations that are currently before us. So that's essentially the restriction. If the adjoining residential properties change their mind and are willing for us to take measurements, then we will absolutely have an avenue if there is non-compliance to require changes. There were breaches in relation to the hours of operation, and they've been resolved. But just noting those hours of operations are early morning and late afternoon, not during the middle of the day, as this application is proposing, as well as the extra half an hour at the start of the day.
And without, you can't speak on behalf of residents, but what is the barrier to, I guess, approving access to do? How intensive, is that measurement? And I guess, how could we resolve that?
Look, through you, Mayor Cole, I would say that the resident is waiting for this decision, essentially, before making a decision about whether they would like to pursue that course of action. Their view is this application needs to be addressed first and should be addressed first. Based on that decision, they would then, in all likelihood, support the city undertaking measurements from their home.
Thank you. I'm not supportive of the current proposal before us for the very reason that Councillor Gonciewski has outlined, that I think an increase in intensity of an operation that I think is already having impacts on the amenity of the area is not approvable. And so I would support the refusal that's on the table.
Can I just ask a follow-up question to Councillor Hallett? Perhaps I've misunderstood, but last week at the briefing when we were asking questions about the airborne noise, I understood that there was currently 4 decibels above the required noise level in relation to that for the existing operation. Is that incorrect?
Through you, Mayor Cole, I think that relates to if that property, the commercial property, was residential, which it doesn't have approval as residential.
Okay. And there's just there were some comments this evening about the approval process in the beginning, and I just did want to talk about how the application came to be approved in the first place. And also there's some pretty significant changes that have been happening through state government planning reform, which will have impacts for uses such as this across WA, not just in Vincent. So the report talks about the fact that this was approved by council originally in 2013 as a 1 year time limited to 1 year. So I assume the council of the day then was testing out the use. That was on in August 2013. And then when that application came back through to the City of Vincent 1 year later, it was amended under delegated authority by the City of Vincent. I think it is important just to flesh out now that with the state government making change of use exemptions, that now does cover this recreational, private recreational use. So it is possible that if Active Fibre did not exist and decided to take up a lease and move in, that they would not, please correct me if I'm wrong, but they would not need to have planning approval. They would still need to comply with noise regulations. So all the issues around whether the weight dropping and activity and having garage doors open would still then be subject by the local government taking sound measurements and dealing with any complaints that arise. But I think that's something that we just do need to understand, that the planning horizon has changed quite significantly around this, and it might be that we start to see issues where you do have high intensity private recreation uses happening with quieter commercial uses, whether it's an office, etc. So I just wanted to mention that. I did think that there was a 4 decibel discrepancy, and I was thinking that would be useful to then require the operator to bring the existing operation into compliance before the City of Vincent then considered taking it that step further. And I do note that the way in which this recommendation has been crafted by administration has been done very thoughtfully around how to bring the business into compliance and the stepped nature of that. What I would probably prefer is that council, I would probably prefer personally to support a refusal and then implore the neighbours to please have noise measurements taken. so that if there are existing noise non-compliances from the existing operation, that they can be dealt with from that residential measurement perspective. And then the city can take that into consideration in terms of treatments that need to be made. And then once improvements are made in sound attenuation, then reconsider the application once that's occurred. Any further comments or questions or amendments? Councillor Warner.
I just wanted to say that I agree with what you're saying there. I don't support this recommendation, and I have grave concerns for the impact it's had on the residents in the area. But I do encourage them to be as proactive as they can to get the testing so we can be dealing with actual facts. So I would support that we don't support this, if you like, and we look towards doing that in the next phase.
Thank you, Councillor Warner. Any further comments? Okay, I will, nothing from you. Okay, all right, well, I'm going to put the recommendation before us from administration.
Could I just ask one question? It seems a little unreasonable that the residents won't allow monitoring of the sound. So,
well, Councillor Alexander, that's their choice.
It is, but maybe there could be an amendment which says something like, you know, we need to hear those measurements within 3 months, and if we don't, we'll approve the Gimona's requirements. Because I wouldn't vote for extra hours now at all, but I don't think it's reasonable not to allow sound testing.
Again, it's not something the city can require. But
Yes,
are you suggesting an amendment that you'd like to put forward?
All I was suggesting is that perhaps the residents be given 3 months or 6 months or whatever the time is to have the testing done. And then if they don't, the gym owner can get his extra time.
Are you proposing an amendment?
Yes.
What is the words of your amendment?
The words are that within 6 months, if there is no sound testing done, that the gym owner can proceed with the extra hours.
I don't know that that would technically be possible as a planning decision. Manager.
Through you, Mayor Cole, I would advise against that. I don't believe that would be a valid planning condition to impose because it would be reliant on a third party allowing access to that property to enable noise readings.
Councillor Loden.
Just a query, if this is refused and then goes to SAT, then this planning would be likely to come back as a reconsideration from SAT. Would that be fair?
Through you, Mayor Cole, that is a possibility, Councillor Loden, that if it is refused, it does get appealed to SAT in terms of the decision, and that could take a number of paths moving forward, one of which is a reconsideration by Council.
Unless there are any further amendments, Councillor Wallace.
Thanks, Mayor Cole. Can I just ask where we are in the statutory period for approving this? And if we were to seek a deferral with the request that residents who are the source of complaints regarding noise did undertake noise testing from within their premises, and that could form part of our decision-making process if it came back to council.
Through you, Mayor Cole, it far exceeds the statutory timeframe. The date of the application in the report is the 4th of August in 2020. So that exceeds the 90-day statutory timeframe.
Notwithstanding, I'd like to move a motion for deferral. I think the main reasons for refusal here are impacts on neighbouring residents. For my decision making, I need to be able to quantify those exactly, and that would provide useful information.
We have a deferral motion. So part of that deferral motion is that the city would seek for the residential neighbours to have sound measurements taken.
That's the primary purpose,
Okay.
yeah.
Right. Is there a seconder for the procedural motion to defer? Seconded by Councillor Loden. All those in favour? All those against? declare that lost. We're still dealing with the substantive. So I'll put the motion. All those in favour of the motion? All those against? It's unanimous. That motion has been voted down. So we do, because this is a planning matter, we do need an alternate resolution.
Mayor Cole, may I move the alternate motion recommendation on the purple?
Yes, you can. Is there a seconder for this motion? Seconded by Councillor Castle.
I've effectively straight to the alternate in my reasons for refusal. I just had a question in relation to vibration. I had some concerns in relation to the technical report in relation to vibration, and I understand that there is some analysis still that needs to be undertaken by DWER in relation to vibration. The preliminary analysis that I saw indicated some concerns, but can I just get some comment from the city in relation to the status of that analysis of that existing data?
Through you, Mayor Cole, the initial analysis did raise the potential that I think it made it clear that the vibration wouldn't have complied with the Australian standard. The officer at the department advised that they could do further work, but given the proposal was for matting to be installed, administration and the department agreed that the further analysis would wait until after that had occurred and further vibration testing had occurred.
Okay, thank you. Look, I think ultimately, whilst there's been some issues raised in relation to the compliance of the existing operations, my decision-making this evening has been about expanding the scale of operations in terms of the operating hours and increased patron numbers, and the impact of that increasing intensity of use on the amenity of the local area. And so my concerns are ultimately that I believe that the amenity would be adversely affected by the proposal, and I don't have a sense that the mitigations proposed would be sufficient in confirming that the scale of operations would be compliant with noise and vibration requirements.
Councillor Castle, do you wish to speak to the motion?
Thank you, Mayor Cole. Just to say I'm supportive of this motion for the same reasons I did not support the officer recommendation.
Councillors, any further comments in relation to this motion? Okay, I'll put it. All those in favour? Declare that carried unanimously. That concludes item 9.1 for now. Item 9.2 was the next item raised by members in the public gallery this evening, and that is number 26 Moy Street, Perth, proposed alterations and additions to a single house. Can I have a mover and seconder for this item, please? Moved by Councillor Ipolo, seconded by Councillor Castle.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a really important agenda item, and I hope that all the other councillors think the same. Just get my notes. So just want to talk about 2 points: the significance of this cultural heritage precinct and the build form policy, R codes and local planning policies that we need to take into consideration. First of all, the significance of this area. The Heritage Council provided 8 reasons why this special Moya and Brookman Cultural Heritage Precinct is significant. And I want to talk about 2 of those. One, the homogeneity and the modestly scaled semi-detached residential buildings creates a visual striking precinct in an inner city residential area. And the second one is that the buildings contained within the precinct are representative of what was considered to be working class accommodation from the late 19th and early 20th centuries. I'll come back to those. The precinct is included on the State Heritage Register and has won UNESCO awards. The historic precedent is not only rare in the city of Vincent, it's rare in Perth, it's rare in Western Australia, and it's rare in Australia. I want to note and acknowledge the State Heritage Council's comments that in its view, this application is supported. But there's a very important point that the councillors need to consider, and that is what the report did not say. The report did not determine, did not determine that, and that, sorry, I lost my place. And that is if every house on these two streets sought to undertake the extensions of the size and scale of what the applicant is seeking, at what point would this precinct no longer represent homogeneity of modestly scaled, semi-detached residential buildings that creates a visual striking precinct and remain representative of working class accommodation? Doesn't answer that. So if we create a precedent here, at what point do we actually lose the heritage value? So that's a very important point I think we need to consider. Which leads us to the build form policy, the R codes and the local planning policies, of which we obviously need to consider. This precinct is likely the most important heritage precinct in WA. And because of that, it is my observation that it is incumbent on this council to show very little latitude to exercise discretion to accept elements that do not meet the applicable deemed to comply standards. A very little latitude in my view. I think overshadowing is a critical point. At 35.1%, it is over the deemed to comply acceptable limit. The overshadowing on open space is even more severe. 12 square metres of this private open space is currently overshadowed. The proposal increases the amount of the private open space being overshadowed by 173%. It increases from the 12 square metres to 35 square metres. Discretion on failures to meet applicable deemed to comply standards from overshadowing plus southern lot boundary, open space, visual privacy and other provisions are, in my opinion, beyond the acceptable latitude threshold for such a critical heritage project. In my position, and in support of my position on this agenda, I'd like to make a couple of other salient points. On homogeneity of modest scale, is argued that this ought to be interpreted as an update for modern contemporary living. The applicant's new footprint would be 160 square metres versus the street average for Moy Street at 112. This is 43.75% greater. If you use the plot area or total living space, the applicant's house will go from 88.5 square metres to 215 square metres against the street average of 115 square metres. That is at 87% bigger than the street average. So I come back to those key points about what makes this precinct so significant: homogeneity and modest scale. Modern contemporary living needs to be tempered with the heritage significance of complete examples of this working class accommodation. The ground floor extensions that have occurred in the past to convert 1 to 2 bedroom living were done 20 or 30 years ago to achieve the purpose of modern day living. If granted, this would be the first house in this street in 125 years to be granted a second story. And that's not a decision I think council should take lightly, given the importance of this cultural heritage precinct. Imagine upgrading the Truly houses in Puglia with a second story, or upgrading to modern day equivalent the Coliseum to the Optus Stadium. What I'm trying to say is that this is about the precincts, not the people. The people will come and go. One family will be here one day and they'll sell, and a new neighbour will come in, and they'll inherit the decisions that we make here in relation to their neighbours, the overshadowing, the changes to this precinct's outlook. Wayne and his partner, who live in Brookman, had their house in the family for 90 years. Wayne is an architect and he's against a development of this kind. There is a growing family in Moya Street who recently moved out of their house into Mount Lawley. But they didn't sell the house because they want to return to it when their family circumstances change. They're respecting the heritage and not they're respecting the heritage of the precinct and not their own family needs at an immediate point in time. And the neighbour that is not contesting the overshadowing is, in my view, irrelevant, because it's about the owner of the future. It's not just about the person living in the house at this point in time. The precedent here is the type of decision that the precedent that we could be creating here will open the slather for further developments of a kind, because there will be that precedent. And over time, this heritage will be destroyed, one application at a time. And if we can't protect this iconic precinct, heritage is dead. I mean, if we can't save this precinct, I'm not sure we can save anything. So what council is deciding on tonight is how important is heritage. And if council shares the same concerns that I have, I would recommend an alternate motion to deny on the above basis. Thank you.
Thank you. That was seconded by Councillor Castle.
Thank you, Mayor Cole. I am supportive of this recommendation for the reasons that I'm comfortable with the plans as they've been amended since the last time we saw this. I do acknowledge and really appreciate the passion and time that has been spent by the residents in preserving what is a very special part of Vincent. And I agree it is critically important that we respect and honour the history and heritage value of the area. But I also think it's important that we allow for sensitive development to cater for the current community and future generations' needs. And this is always going to be a difficult balance to strike. But I think this design is a good example of a thoughtful and sympathetic extension that provides for a family home. We have had a lot of discussion, and I understand the concerns around the word modest and the fact that this house would be a two-storey home with 5 bedrooms. It's my view that the internal configuration of the extension is not particularly relevant to the impact of the heritage aspects of the precinct, which are focused around the streetscape and the facade. Given that, I don't believe that the fact that this particular extension is 2-storey will detract from the streetscape or the facade, particularly given that it is barely visible from the street. I'm not concerned about setting a precedent for 2-storey extensions because this site is unique in the precinct. There are no other sites that have the same topography that would allow for a 2-storey extension. There have been some concerns about overshadowing, but I do acknowledge that these sites are very vulnerable and that the existing home is already 23% overshadowing. And if we were to be strict in our application, that would probably not allow for much extension at all. So on that basis, I'm happy to support the officer's recommendation.
Councillors. Councillor Hallett.
Thank you. My main concern about this application is the overshadowing. I guess while I'm concerned generally about the idea of precedent, I think that's a reason for refusal under the planning framework. I agree with Councillor Castle in terms of this being, a vulnerable orientation because of the east-west orientation, but precisely for that reason, I think we do need to be really careful about what we approve in any lots oriented that way, and in particular, in a place like this with very small outdoor areas that that meterage that's overshadowed is significant, and that does impact on both current and future owners of that property. So I won't support the proposal as is.
Thank you, Councillor Hallett. Councillor Wallace.
Thanks, Michael. I guess a lot of my feelings about this proposal have already been expressed by Councillors Hallett and Iopoulos, so I'll keep it very brief. My concerns mainly relate to overshadowing and bulk and scale. The proposed development includes overshadowing of 35% of the winter max, which is in relative terms more than 40% above the deemed to comply standard. And I note that the deemed to comply standard in this instance is reinforced by the local precinct guidelines, which include as the 4th objective that access to sunlight and privacy where already existing should be maintained with particular attention to overshadowing. On that basis, I don't support the officer's recommendation for approval, and I have an alternative recommendation for refusal if it doesn't pass.
Councillors. Councillor Gontaszewski.
Thank you, Mayor Cole. Yeah, look, we're considering an application for a two-storey extension. The built form policy permits 2 stories in this area, but it is a first for the area and has rightly attracted significant interest from residents of the precinct who are invested in ensuring the special character of this place is retained. The development guidelines for the area do not prohibit 2-storey development either. Whether this is by design, as I do understand it was raised in consultation and they're not included, or by oversight, I do not know, but it is what it is. The guidelines do specifically contemplate extension and upgrade. The design in question retains the existing heritage component of the dwelling and sits the extension as a separate architectural element that is subservient to the original dwelling by sitting behind and below the existing roof line, demonstrating compliance with the objectives of the guideline in relation to the existing built form, roof form, public domain and building proportion. The development is compliant with the quantitative criteria in the guidelines relating to public domain view of the new development. The proposal has been reviewed and supported by the Heritage Council, who noted the additions do not exceed the height of the original residence. The visibility from the south and from Robertson Avenue is minor. The mansard roof reduces building massing. The proposal has been reviewed and supported by the Design Review Panel Heritage Architect, who noted the retention of the Federation Queen Anne architectural style, the siting and form of the proposal being respectful of the precinct. The statement of significance for the precinct refers to the 2 intact streets of modestly scaled residential buildings and notes this homogeneity makes a contribution to this visually striking precinct. I have considered the concept of modestly scaled residential buildings and think that the proposed design retains the characteristics and consistency of the late 19th century streetscape through the retention of the existing dwelling and the design and siting of the extension within the lot. The extension is certainly not dominant or will not be dominant in the precinct. Views within the streetscape to the terraces of Lake Street and Robinson Avenue would be maintained, and the Moy Street residences would continue to appear as modest in relation to this surrounding development. I cannot form the view that the development would negatively impact on the character of the locality, and I do not believe the proposal has a negative impact on the heritage significance of the area. I think that this matter hinges on the consideration of the overshadowing of the neighbour to the south. And I note that the development guidelines do talk to the maintenance of existing light and that this should be maintained. I also note that the design guidelines also state that the city can exercise discretion in terms of compliance with the residential design codes to achieve improved dwellings and good conservation outcomes. I accept that this dwelling would benefit from improvement, and this requires an extension so that the front can be retained intact. And I do accept that the site is different to the others on the street and that some part of the additional overshadowing falls on a veranda area. I think that the city has, since I have been on council though, we have been pretty rigorous in our defence of solar access to neighbouring dwellings. I am probably getting to the point where I should be saying what I'm doing with this one. Ultimately, I don't think I can support either of the alternates on the table. I think this is largely an approvable development and it hinges on the element of the overshadowing. It's been deferred once in relation to overshadowing, and what has come back has made some small reduction, but ultimately the design in terms of the continuation of the side wall to the south as an element of the design ultimately contributes to the overshadowing. However, it's also one of the elements of the design that I am supportive of because it does provide some continuation of the built form and the view from the south, but also is the minor roof form is a sort of a diminished architectural element to continuation of the existing roof pitch. I'm not taking this lightly, but I ultimately think that this is a development that in the context of all the factors that I can put my hand in the air to support tonight.
Councillors, I will speak to it. The item was deferred from the meeting in October, and at that meeting, I did outline some views, and they really hang upon the Brookman and Moir Street development guidelines, because that will be the document that becomes critical if this matter were to be reviewed in the State Administrative Tribunal, and it is just our duty when we're making quasi-judicial decisions of this nature that we review all of the planning documents and make our decisions according to the guidance in those documents. So for me, I think I understand the introduction of the guidelines and the fact that that talks about the modestly scaled residential buildings and the fact that there is that homogeneity. But when you look at actually getting down to the nuts and bolts of what can happen within that precinct, the section on alterations and additions is really quite critical to my thinking. It talks about the fact in the guidelines that further change to dwellings will be required over time, and that it is important when these changes occur that the integrity of the streetscape and the architecture is retained. And in this case, I believe that the streetscape and the integrity of the architecture is being retained. It talks about the fact that no construction will be permitted within the front setback, which is the case here, and no additions will be permitted that would be visible from within the public domain over the existing roof line. And then it specifies that the public domain is to be taken from the front property line on the opposite side of the road with a viewing height of 1.65 metres. And we've had photographs to demonstrate that the view line will not have a second story visible. It also talks about the fact that it is important that the development guidelines assist in managing change. And it talks also about the fact that development considerations do need to consider that within the precinct and the following aims to achieve a balance between potential overdevelopment and heritage character. So it even talks about achieving a balance between potential overdevelopment and heritage character, whether you consider this overdevelopment or not. When we looked at this in October, I went back to my notes to look at this issue of the second story, and please correct me if I'm wrong, Manager, but my understanding is that the height of the addition will be 6.2 metres. The height of the existing dwelling is 7.4 metres, and a single story height in the R codes with a pitched roof is 7 metres. So though we're talking 2 stories, the actual metres is not the extent to what 2 stories can be. But that in a way is irrelevant, because the guidelines really to me speak to the public view, the public realm, the streetscape. And I think that this application demonstrates that the streetscape and the modesty of that streetscape and the homogeneity of that streetscape is not impacted by what happens behind because of the way the topography of this site works and the way that it's been sensitively constructed not to. I'm satisfied by all of those things. I'm satisfied that this will not ruin the history and heritage of a beautiful precinct that we're incredibly proud to have within the City of Vincent. And I note the concerns about overshadowing, but I also note that with many of our lots in Vincent having that east-west orientation, that we do face these issues where we're dealing with overshadowing deemed to comply, but we're also dealing with areas of Vincent that are capable of having 2 stories. So I would like to thank all of the residents involved, because I know that everyone who lives in the Brookman Moir precinct is incredibly passionate, particularly the people that I've met on both sides of the argument, and I respect and admire the views that they've put forward and the passion that drives that and the care for the community in which they live in this precious heritage precinct. But I have to say that when you consider all factors and you look at the development, you look at the fact that it's bringing beautiful restoration to a cottage in this precinct. And my sister lived in Brookman Street in the 1990s, and to see the change and the care and the investment in these homes, that is also a huge win for heritage in the City of Vincent. Are there any further comments? Okay, no further comments or amendments. Okay, I'll put the motion on. Oh, yes, you can have your right of reply.
I I just want to make clear that there is absolutely grounds for us to deny this application because of the non-compliance with several deemed to comply provisions. And I want to stress that. So there are grounds for people who, I mean, it does sound like a lot of councillors have come into this council meeting with a predetermined view, and that is their right. They've done the research. But I do want to impress.
Councillor Opolo, that's actually really insulting to say that council members have come into this forum with a
Well, they may have.
predetermined view. No, that's not acceptable.
Just because
Just speak to the facts, not about what your perception of other
Okay.
council members' preconceived views are, because
was-
that's actually insulting to council members and their deliberations.
I apologise, Mayor Cole. There was no intent to be discouraging or to there was no intent on what you said. It was not my intent.
Well, they were the words that you said, so
But
please
I didn't mean
consider
it that way. There was no intent. So going back to the point, sorry. So there is grounds for us to deny the application because of the deemed to comply provisions. I want to make, again, just stress the very important point that the reason why this precinct is a heritage listed precinct is the 2 points I made earlier, which is a great example of working class accommodation and homogeneity, I can't say that word properly, and of modest scale is important. And again, precedent might not be a grounds for denying it, but I think we have the discretion to disapprove, to not approve it. And my fear is that as this goes, there will be incumbent on us to be consistent with our decision making. And then I can see that this could happen one after another. And that discretion that we're afforded now will not be as great a discretion in the future. I'd rather see this go to refused and go to SAT and have someone else make a decision, which I feel, in my personal opinion, is a mistake. Thank you.
Can I just stress it's incumbent upon council to make decisions on planning matters? This is not a referral pathway. That has closed debate, so I'll put the motion. All those in favour of the officer recommendation? All those against? I declare that carried. 5 votes to 4. I've just learned that there's a poor soul up the back waiting on a cricket turf item. You've come to a very interesting meeting to have to sit through to get to your item. So we will go to that one first so that you don't have to remain with us for much longer. You've been enjoying it? Oh, good. Yeah, it's not normally this exciting. What item number is that? 11.2. Okay, so we will deal with that item. That is 11.2 turf wicket agreement, North Perth Cricket Club. This is an absolute majority decision required, which is why it has been brought forward. Can I have a mover and seconder for this item, please? Moved by Councillor Gontaszewski, seconded by Councillor Loden. Wish to speak to the item?
Just to say I'm happy to support the motion and look forward to seeing the participation of women and girls continue to grow as it has done in the coming years.
Councillor Loden, nothing. Councillors, this gentleman has waited a long time. No further comments? Okay, just noting that we have 2 council members absent. Sorry. Well, we still have a quorum, so we can vote. So I'll put the motion. All those in favour? I declare that carried. Worth waiting for. Okay, I believe that we've now dealt with items raised by members of the public gallery, so we can move through the remainder of the items sequentially. So that takes us to item 9.3, 52 Burke Street, Leederville, proposed 2 group dwellings. Moved by Councillor Loden, seconded by Councillor Castle.
I believe this one was pulled out by Councillor Wallace. So I'm just wondering if we can check where he is. Oh, there he is. Awesome. I'll reserve my right.
Okay. So who was the seconder though?
I don't wish
Councillor
to speak.
Castle, you don't wish to speak. Councillor Wallace.
Thanks. Sorry, I thought I had longer than that. Anyway,
Look at the
sorry,
time. 9:45.
I'll make it quick. I pulled this one out because I thought it was an interesting case study in our parking policy. The WAPC approved subdivision creates 3 new lots, 2 of them without a frontage to the primary street, and instead fronting onto Austin Lane. These will eventually be classified as single dwellings and will be permitted under our current policy to 3 street parking permits only. However, the nature of this development has removed all opportunity for street parking in front of the 2 newly created lots. And in a tight space like Austin Lane, I don't think it's equitable that we approve increase in density that will result in, I guess, parking in front of neighbours. So in that case, I'd like to propose an amendment to this item, which would impose a limit on the number of residential parking permits that can be issued to any the original intent was that there would be 3 that would be issued to the entire strata scheme, but it's been worded here as no more than 1 per lot. I'm happy to accept admin's wording in this instance. I guess the intent is that by virtue of this subdivision, which removes opportunity for street parking, we would not be increasing parking permits.
Is there a seconder for this amendment? There's no seconder for the amendment, so the amendment fails.
Going back to the bathroom.
Just, look, I will speak to this motion. I'd just like to say, I understand, I know we're not talking about the amendment because it's failed. I need to find another word that sounds insulting. Manager of governance, what's the terminology? Lapsed.
Lapsed.
Yeah, sorry, lapsed. I always forget that word. So I understand what you were attempting to do there, but first of all, we haven't even done a parking survey on the street. The street is not restricted, and I would rather look at the policy than do this individually. So I support where you're heading with that because it is a growing issue. But I think we need to look at the policy. Other than that, I note the residents aren't here this evening on this item, but they were really concerned about this proposal, and I tried to outline at the briefing through questions that there were some elements here that were very much fixed and were outside of the city's control. So once a subdivision has been approved by the WA Planning Commission to create separate lots, we cannot then refuse that the dwellings on those 2 lots. The lots do meet the minimum lot size for the R40 zoning. And the issue about parking, where it meets the R code's provision of 1 car bay per dwelling, again, that's something that we cannot then require additional in this circumstance. And if we did, we would then end up having very narrow lots with double carports or double garages, which again creates a streetscape issue if we were able to, which we are not. So I note the neighbours have not come again tonight, and perhaps they've now understood the limitations to our decision making on this item. And yes, would like to explore this idea of creation of small lots and what that means in terms of 3 parking permits per lot, because that will be an ongoing issue moving forward. Are there any further comments on this item? Okay, I'll put it. All those in favour? All those against? Are you voting, councillor? Okay. All those in favour? There wasn't much. I think that was unanimous. Yes, okay. Okay, item 9.9, commencement of expressions of interest inviting redevelopment concepts for the Avenue and Frame Court car parks Leederville. Can I have a mover and seconder for this item, please? Moved by Councillor Gontaszewski, seconded by Councillor Warner.
Thank you, Mayor Cole. I have a proposed amendment that I will talk to later, but ultimately I am satisfied that with some tweaks to the process, that we can get started in relation to the expression of interest to inform council's considerations of what to do with the land in our Leederville car parks. I will speak to the amendment at a later time.
Councillor Warner, do you wish to speak to the item?
Just really briefly, just to say, just echoing what Councillor Gondachevsky had to say, that I support us pursuing this, but I do believe there are some things that we need to, and I'd love the word tweak.
Councillors, Councillor Oplow.
Thank you, Mayor Cole. In my view, this agenda item is probably the most significant item on City of Vincent's agenda. I think that what we're proposing here is very significant because we are considering a disposal of two of our biggest value assets, which are very strategic and important to Leederville Town Centre. I think that if we do this well, and I think we're all vested in an outcome where we future-proof the City of Vincent financially going forward. And I think there's no disputing the outcome of that we're all trying to achieve. I mean, when I talk about future-proofing, I'm talking about what we might want to do with public health, what we might do with the youth, what we might do with the arts, what we might want to do from the environment. And I think what we must do to get the best outcome is make sure that we've got the right governance, and it's the process. The process will dictate the right outcome. And so from my point of view, I had two concerns to raise about the administration's approach to how we all achieve what we all want to achieve. And that is a great financial result to future-proof the City of Vincent going forward, not just for the next 5 years or 10 years, but 20 years and beyond. The 2 points that I want to raise as concerns, and which I have an amendment, which I will talk to later, is the process, whether we, the administration, have the requisite commercial skills in-house to undertake such an important and strategic project. This is not about town or place. I mean, we have done that work already. We've done the work, we've done the precinct plans, we've done all that. What this is about generating the best commercial result, given the constraints that we put around that project in relation to what we want for the community benefits. So to me, the single most important thing is the commercial result that we're trying to achieve in light of the constraints for which we decide as a council to place around these potential developments or sales of land. We've just seen an example where there was a lot of controversy around a kiosk, and we're talking about a very minor thing. Here we're talking not about $30,000 a year. We're talking about millions of dollars a year. The value of these properties is clearly over, at least over $10 million. But the revenue that we could generate from the commercialisation of these could leave that number in its wake. So the first thing that I think we should do, and it's not just to generate the best commercial result, to ensure that we get professionals who are experienced in this thing, is the thought of considering outsourcing not just the expression of interest process, but also the tender process to a large agency, real estate advisory firm that can handle both. They will get the right commercial outcomes, but also importantly, from a governance point of view, they will separate us from property developers so that there is no chance of anyone looking at a perception that we are subject to being propositioned. It's just the perception of it. It is separating us from the tenderers so that all inquiries can be handled through our appointed advisor. That is the first thing. The second thing about this is not to limit our options. And I think the reason why administration is recommending for us to go down an expression of interest path is because they want to be open to a greatest number of outcomes that we possibly haven't thought about. And I think that one of the things I feel that we're doing by the process of not doing a business plan up front is that that restricts us from pursuing certain options that is required upon us by the Local Government Act. The Local Government Act requires that a business plan be done at the start of a process under certain circumstances. And the two that I want to talk about are major land transactions and major trading undertakings. Major land transactions means a land transaction where the total value is, according to the Local Government Functions and General Regulations Act, is the lower of $10,000 or 10% of the local government's operating expenditure. If we look at last year, that was 57 million or 5.7 million. So $5.7 million is the threshold for a major land transaction. So in this circumstance, we would be well within our duties to do a business plan first. The second is a major trading undertaking. One of the things that I think we as a council have considered here is the ability to control the parking in these places. And there may be other revenue streams or profit-making undertakings that we may wish to do to generate profits on an annuity basis and not just through a straight disposal of the assets. A trading undertaking means an activity carried on by a local government with a view to producing profit. And there are other provisions there about what that means, but there are thresholds at $5 million or 10% of the local government operating expenditure. Now, I don't know if that threshold would be breached or not. I'm not sure if we're going to do a major land transaction over 5.7 million and whether the expression of interest rather than the tender process would mean that we would be best advised to do a business plan first. But I don't see a rush in this, and that's why I will table an amendment to address those two items. Thank you.
Councillors. Councillor Loden.
Thank you, ma'am. My understanding is that part of this process, that by the time we get to a land transaction, if that's where we end up, is that there will be a business plan that is prepared. Is that correct, CEO?
Through the chair, my understanding of the process is the outcomes of the expressions of interest will then inform the city in preparing a business plan, whether that would be in respect to a major land transaction or a major trading undertaking, or potentially a combination of both. The intent, I believe, is for the expression of interest to be able to provide information then to inform a business plan, to inform a council decision.
I understand what Councillor Arpolo is saying here around a business plan being developed. You've kind of got two approaches. You could develop a business plan and then go through an EOI with that, but I kind of see that was somewhat actually restricting what the options are, or you go through an EOI that see what comes out of that and then develop your business plan based on that information. You can, and from my perspective, I'd like to see what the market has to say, because we could go through a business plan process and then basically get nothing back from that. Similarly, we could go through an EOI and then none of those things of something that we actually want. And we turn and take a different approach to this. But I am at this point comfortable proceeding with the EOI. I do note there's some amendments and I'll listen to the debate on those items.
A point of order.
What is your point of order?
Well, just to clarify, what I said was that the business plan had to be done before we commence a major trading undertaking. And my point was that the EOI is part of that commence a major trading undertaking.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll get the CEO's advice on that. CEO, can you just outline the process and tackle those issues?
Through you, Mayor Cole, the EOI process we expect could elicit any combination of a land sale, potential lease or a joint venture arrangement. If any of those concepts triggered the thresholds which require a business plan as per the process, then we would prepare a business plan for, if council endorsed, or shortlisted any of those concepts, then we'd develop a business plan around some of those preferred concepts or shortlisted concepts, whether it is a major land transaction, a joint venture or trading undertaking, or some lease proposal, which we don't know yet if they would meet those thresholds. And we actually don't know whether council would shortlist any concepts at this stage.
Councillors, it is 10 o'clock, so I do require a procedural motion for us to continue to meet before, after 10 o'clock in accordance with the meeting procedures. Moved by Councillor Hallett, seconded by Councillor Castle. All those in favour? Thank you. Councillors, Councillor Gonchevsky.
I'd just like to move the amendment that's been circulated on the white papers. The amendment makes some recommendations to the attachments proposed to inform the EOI process.
Is there a seconder for this amendment? Seconded by Councillor Loden.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just seeking to provide some additional clarity on the steps in relation to this process. I accept some of the concerns raised by Councillor Iapolo in relation to just wanting to firm things up a little bit. I think that preparation of a project plan, presentation of EOI materials and a refined selection criteria based on what is approved by council should have a review from appropriate commercial and be developed with commercial expertise inputs, and it should come to council. I think I'd said present to council, and it says here present to council workshops. I might ask a question on that. But then also it relates to the City of Vincent preparing a business plan for each proposed major land transaction and statewide consultation on proposed lands transactions and business plans. Reading the section of the Act, I'm satisfied that the local government needs to prepare the business plan. I'm satisfied that the consultation on that business plan needs to be, and proposed land transactions need to be statewide. And I think that it is appropriate that we really make sure we've got a good project plan for this. I've also just wanted to include some specific reference in the section. So essential criteria. That's not really what I was after. I'm just going to have a look at the wording, but to make sure that I'm happy with it. It just came forward very late. Sorry about this. Just give me a minute. Okay, so administration is recommending that what I've requested to be prepared in stage 1.1 is presented to a council workshop. Can I just ask a question as to why it would be considered that a workshop would be appropriate, particularly if there is some refinement to the selection criteria, which would be subject to a council decision?
Through you, Mayor Cole, the suggestion would be that once we have the appointed property and commercial advisors on board, that they, in a more informal setting, would be able to have a Q&A discussion and presentation with the commercial and property advisors to present what they would be suggesting we put out as part of the marketing for that. If that necessitated a council decision, then that could go to a subsequent council meeting.
Yes, I think I had envisaged in my amendment that it would be something that would come back to council. Probably, I would understand that it would likely have to have an element of a confidential item because it would essentially be something that wouldn't be live to the public yet. So if I could just amend what is on the copy. I'm just going to cross out the words workshop and leave it as a dot point. And I also don't believe that I made any changes
happy
to
for that to
stage
be
2,
amended.
item 6. Sorry.
As the seconder, I'm happy for that to be amended.
Yeah, I'm actually just confirming what my amendment actually was because of the timing issues. So I hadn't put the word council workshop in what I'd sent through to administration.
And Councillor Gontaszewski, can I just clarify, point 6 did have a reference to about the proponent preparing a business case, which they would probably, we'd expect them to do themselves either, but to avoid the confusion and for extra clarity to take out the fact, whatever the proponent needs to do, the business plan, to avoid any confusion with the business case, we've put as per your recommendation on point 7. And
That
we've
one I'm
added,
totally fine with.
Okay.
Thank you. That's good. And then I think I had a question in relation to the draft EOI selection criteria. I had talked to ensuring that it was clear that proposals received needed to include the proposed land disposal or development mechanism. And what has been here underlined, which I may have already been there, it was proposed commercial terms and tenure arrangements. And so is it the advice of administration that essentially the proposed commercial terms is the equivalent terms to proposed land disposal or development mechanism?
through Mayor Cole, tenure arrangements and commercial terms would go in hand. There'd be different value assigned to a freehold land sale or a lease or a joint venture arrangement. So we have combined those two, but the disposal mechanism would be either sale, lease, or a combination, some sort of combination of the two through potentially a joint venture arrangement or a business undertaking.
I've got a subsequent question, but that doesn't relate to this amendment. So yes, I just think that this amendment is about just clarifying some of the steps that would need to be undertaken. I ultimately do acknowledge that a business plan needs to be prepared. I think that ultimately the Act talks to a business plan needing to be an overall assessment of a major trading undertaking or major land transaction, and is to include details around expected effect on provision of facilities, effect on other persons providing facilities and services, financial effect, the ability of the local government to manage the undertaking or the performance of the transaction. And so I don't feel as though we could effectively prepare a business plan at the beginning. And indeed, I don't believe, in terms of my reading of the Act, is that essentially a transaction means an agreement, and a trading undertaking has specific, this trading undertaking has a specific reference in relation to timing as to something that was completed in the last financial year or the current financial year or the financial year after the current financial year. And I don't necessarily think that we would be meeting those criteria in relation to preparing a business plan at this stage in terms of those timings. Do absolutely acknowledge that we need to, and I do think that it would benefit the city to have a more detailed suite of materials to govern this process, and for council to be involved in approving those materials prior to them being released.
Councillor Loden, does anyone wish to speak to the amendment? Okay, I'll put it. All those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Back to the substantive. Any further comments or amendments? Councillor Hallett.
Yeah, just an amendment in relation to the selection criteria around sustainable development. And I'm just have a quick question in relation to admin's comment around discouraging high quality proposals, such as the construction of a standalone parking structure. Is that what we're expecting? And would it be a problem if that was excluded?
Through Mayor Cole, just to clarify, would it be a problem if we excluded a parking structure? Was that the question?
If that was the only thing that was in an offering.
Through you, Mayor Cole, there are two big land parcels. We could conceive a scenario where there could be a large-scale iconic built form on part of that land. There could be a transitional temporary parking arrangement on one or both of those arrangements, a deck car parking. A deck car parking structure, for instance, could just be given a shelf life of 10 or 15 years to accommodate the current demand for car parking. But if it was a prefabricated construction, it could be put up quickly at relatively low cost and taken down in 5 or 10 years to facilitate a permanent mixed-use structure or a high-rise tower residential office, for instance. So we do think that is a real and live example, and then one that would help with the staging around redevelopment of the car park sites.
Thank you. All right, I would like to propose Amendment 1, which adjusts the desirable selection criteria to include reference specifically to achievement of a minimum 5 Green Star.
Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Castle.
Essentially, I just think it's important that with a unique opportunity like this, we have a very clear flag to the market that sustainability is important, and we don't want things coming to us with 1 star.
Councillor Castle.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm supportive of this. It aligns with our priorities and strategies, and I think it's appropriate to flag it up front.
Thank you. Councillors. We're dealing with an amendment at the moment. Do you wish to speak to it? Okay. Is there any further comments on the amendment? Amendment 1 on the yellow. Okay, I'll put the amendment. All those in favour? That's carried unanimously. We're back to the substantive. Councillor Gontaszewski.
Thank you. Just have one more question. It sort of relates to how I'd like to understand how the city will determine the feasibility of the proposals, or in terms of the ability to ensure the elements proposed are delivered. I guess I'm sort of thinking that this may be something that we need to think about in preparation of refined selection criteria or our marketing materials, etc. But I'd just be grateful for any advice at this stage on if we're entering into a land sale, and part of the reasons we want to sell the land to someone is because they say we're going to do 40 million star green rating. What mechanisms the city would actually have to ensure that was delivered at the end of that process.
Through you, Mayor Cole, it'd be up to council to set or agree to the terms and conditions. Those conditions would need to be agreed with any proponent, and any transaction in terms of tenure could be subject to those conditions being met. So tenure could transfer on performance or meeting of certain criteria. Once the tenure changes, though, then the city enters into its regulatory mode in terms of a planning decision-making authority. One suggestion over such large-scale sites, similar to 40 Frame Court, could be something like a local development plan, which could then, with the concepts proposed, give council an additional planning mechanism. If there was any doubt about the ability of a proponent, if tenure had changed at that point, to meet some of the desired planning considerations. But the precinct plan does provide some very good parameters around what the built form outcome should be on those sites. Any other commercial terms and conditions wouldn't be agreed until everything's agreed and council signs off on that formally.
Councillors, yes, sure.
Can we just put up what it currently looks like? Because there's been a lot of changes. I had an amendment with 3 components, and because I think they're important to table even if they get defeated. So maybe if I just did them each individually, and that way, you know, I don't have to do it 3 times.
Can I just clarify, you're talking about the alternate recommendation
white.
on the white?
Mhm.
There is a situation with amendments that if your amendment causes the negating of the substantive motion, then effectively it's not an amendment, it's an alternate. So if you're moving, for example, that that you request the CEO to prepare a business plan, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, that is a significant departure to what is recommended to council, and that would actually be an alternate motion, not an amendment.
Right. So can I do that? And then if that fails, I can do an amendment on the other two?
The issue is that you can only amend something which doesn't significantly alter the intent of the recommendation before us. So if what you're seeking to do is to fundamentally change the process, you can't amend the existing substantive motion. You have to wait until council deals with this. If it's voted down, you can then move an alternate motion.
Wait, can I just say that the business plan could be done concurrently and therefore not change significantly with the EOI materials to do the business plan concurrently with that?
I might just go to the CEO for an opinion on that.
Through you, Mayor Cole, I understand the question or suggestion. Once proposals are received, that would automatically start forming thoughts or assessments about the feasibility of what could be achieved on those two sites. So as soon as the information has been received by the city, we'd be starting to put together the bones of what could potentially become a business plan for council's approval.
So we're saying I can't do that? Mayor Cole?
Okay, I mean, my view is that if you're seeking to move part of an alternate motion, which is fundamentally different to what is proposed, that is an alternate motion. Can you just be clear on which parts you want to move? And then we can seek the view of the manager for governance.
Sure. So the first part, if we looked at what Councillor Gonachevsky has proposed in the attachment, she says prepare project plan, EOI materials and a variety of selection criteria. All I'd like to do is add business plan into that.
I mean, I see that as a different process because we've talked, I mean, Councillor Gonachevsky has outlined why the business plan would follow after. And I think Councillor Loden, you also spoke to that. So I'll take the advice of administration, but my view would be that that would be to fundamentally alter the process and be alternate.
Through you, Mayor Cole, the simple fact is that the business plan would be missing what the proposal is and what we'd be seeking to assess. In the absence of a proponent or a proposal, it would be an empty business plan.
Can I clarify my request? The business plan, in my view, would talk to the work that's already been done in the precinct plans and talk about the constraints and the requirements, the prerequisites of what we're looking for in the expression of interest, but also add some commerciality around what we're also trying to achieve in the result. So therefore, it's building the constraints around it. The business plan doesn't have to be definitive. It talks about in the Local Government Act, if I just refer that, what the considerations that local government is trying to achieve. And I think that that's really just drawing upon the work that's already done. And by that nature, I don't think it's substantially changing the path of that what we're trying to pursue here.
Director?
Through you, Mayor Cole, if the business plan is being moved from later on in the process to this point, then having discussed it with the manager of or executive manager of governance, we consider that to be an alternative and not an amendment. If you're proposing some other business case, then that is potentially different enough. Not significantly different enough for it to be an amendment.
I'm happy for it to be called a business case.
Can you just be quite clear though on what it is that the business case would be doing and who would, I mean, because the idea is that the business plan is further down where it's actually got commercial input into it. So I'm just really wanting some clarity about what the business case would do and who would prepare it for the basis of your amendment.
Sure. So when I've spoken to property advisors last weekend, national ones, they said that to encourage the greatest amount of people under an expression of interest is that there is clear constraints about what the local government is trying to achieve. Otherwise, if it's not clear, they don't want to contribute the vast amount of resources and effort to do the expression of interest. And so the business case of what I'm proposing, in lieu of calling it a business plan, is actually articulating with a bit more definition what we're trying to achieve out of community benefit on these parcels of land, what structures we might be willing to take, and also key measures like the controlling of car parking, and get it up front. Because if we go down an EOI process and then we aren't clear on those
I
things,
think I
we're
need
wasting
you to
time.
actually move it as an amendment so you can speak to it, because effectively you're talking twice. So can you just put it up as an amendment and then we can deal with it?
So I just want to add business plan to the stage one.
You said business case.
Business case,
plan is
business
something
case,
different.
business case.
So where do you want to add that?
You could, how about in the attachment where it says stage one, that Councillor Gonichevsky proposed, in the attachment, where she says prepare project plan, EOI materials and refine selection criteria, we simply add business case in there. And if you want more definition around that in brackets, you could talk about the elements that I've just spoken about.
Is there a seconder for the amendment? Seconded by Councillor Gonichevsky. You can now speak to it further if you wish.
I'm not sure if it's necessary to define what business case is, but if we're happy with that, I'm happy. But otherwise, I think in brackets after business case, you could also add constraints, requisite requirements in terms of community benefit and expected commercial returns.
Sorry, that's been seconded by Councillor Gonichevsky. It has changed since you seconded. Do you accept the additional wording? Yep.
Yes, thank you. I do. And I'm supportive of this. Just, I think we all need to make sure that we're clear on this. I think possibly the type of detail that Councillor Apollo is requesting, much of it is already available in other documents, but it's about pulling it together. And I think that what I probably would have envisaged with my wording was EOI materials would actually cover a lot of that stuff. I do think that if we know that we do have to do a business plan, the business plan is about a specific land transaction or undertaking that you're considering pursuing, but it does also provide, what could be included in a business case in the generic. So, and I wouldn't envisage that it would be a huge piece of work, but noting that it is also required to have input from appropriate commercial expertise.
Thank you. Any further comments? I'll put the amendment of Councillor Alexander.
No, I was just going to say, sometimes in different spaces, project plans and business plans are very similar. And so it gets down to what is the definition of the business plan, what definition of the project. So whatever we come up with, we're going to have that definition of what that work is.
Yeah. CEO.
Through Mayor Cole, just so I have got the right definition, a business case would be an internal City of Vincent document. We'd prepare that in for council as the audience, and that is separate and distinct from a statutory document, which would be the business plan required under the LG Act, which is referencing stage 7. So as long as we're understanding we're putting together a business case for council's approval, as opposed to a statutory document, which is the business plan in stage 7, then I understand that and I'm comfortable with that.
Thank you, CEO. Okay, I will put the amendment. All those in favour? Declare that carried. We're back to the substantive. Are there any further amendments or comments?
Propose another amendment, please, Mayor Cole. So the second one was whether, as part of this process, we instruct the Chief Executive Officer to appoint a suitably qualified independent commercial property advisory firm to advise City of Vincent and manage the EOI process and any subsequent tender process, including recommending to council any modifications to the EOI process or guidelines.
Is there a seconder for the amendment? Seconded by Councillor Gonchevsky.
I'm going to second it. I'm not going to support it, but I just wanted to say why I think that in stage one of the.
Haven't had the mover speak to it yet. Do you wish to speak to it, mover?
Sure. As I was saying earlier, I think it's important from a governance perspective. I think it's important to separate the City of Vincent and administration and councillors from the tenderers because of a perceived conflict of interest, for keeping it separate and referring all inquiry from third parties through an independent advisor. So just good governance, and because they have commercial experience.
Councillor
Thank you.
Gonchevsky.
Sorry, I jumped the gun before. So I do appreciate we need to have appropriate commercial input. My view at this stage would be that there is appropriate, I don't necessarily know too many commercial firms that carry a developer contact register. And so I think that I'm very happy to consider appropriate governance arrangements, but I am at this point in time not satisfied that handing everything over to a commercial operator to undertake and have a hands-off process is the best way. I'm happy to be convinced of that as part of stage one, step one, when the business case comes forward, and have that as being part of the discussions. But it's not something that I'm willing to sign off at this stage.
Can I just have a point of order, please, Mayor Cole?
Yes.
Just to clarify my point, it's about them advising us. It's not handing over to them. They would be advising us and we'd be partnering with them on that.
Yep. I think we're just operating off the wording that you've put forward, which is basically saying to appoint a suitably qualified independent commercial property advisor firm to advise, but also to manage the EOI process. That is hands off to me. Well, to manage a process is like, to me, abdicating responsibility for a process to a third party commercial.
Yep. When the process starts and engaging tenderers, yes. In advising us, the advice comes before we actually start the process to elicit expressions of interest.
Okay. It has been moved and seconded. We are debating this amendment. Councillor Loden.
I understand what Councillor Apollo is putting forward here, but I think we can fulfill this through the industry experts that's in the second stage there to get the relevant knowledge that we need. And we will see what we get to from that, but I do want to see the city heavily involved in this process as well.
Thank you. Look, I'll also speak against it because it's not just about commercial terms, it's also about the planning framework that we have developed. And so not all expertise sit with commercial operators in this field. This is a diverse contemplation. We have many staff in many different directorates that have skills across a broad, local government is a broad church. And we won't necessarily just need commercial advice. I have confidence in government by virtue of the fact of I believe in the entity more than I do in full commercial management of processes. So I don't support the amendment. There's no right of reply on an amendment, Councillor Apollo. Councillor Apollo, you're making so many points of order, which are then turning into debate. What is your point of order?
Order is that the project plan and the business case would have that. So it's not discounting all the community benefits and everything.
Councillor Apollo, that's not a point of order. That's just adding to the debate. Well, you're clarifying a lot and, points of clarification are very specific and we'll add that to the induction. Okay, we're dealing with the amendment. Are there any further comments for those who haven't already spoken? Okay, I'll put the amendment. All those in favour? Sorry, what were we voting on? I'm so tired. Oh, no, I'm not voting in favour of that. Sorry, can we call the vote again? All those in favour? All those against? I declare the amendment lost. Thank you. Okay, so we're back to substantive. Any further comments or amendments?
Yes, one further amendment, please, Lord Mayor. The last part was consideration that the parcels of land would be considered together as one parcel, because while the City of Vincent retains the rights to car parking revenue on any developed sites for a number of bays that administration recommends necessary for future state commensurate with the future growth, including the high density levels proposed by any potential development.
Is there a second of this amendment? Sorry, there's, oh yes, there is. You have a seconder. Do you wish to speak to it?
Sure. This one is about, I think that there is a higher chance of success commercially by treating the two parcels of land together. And I know that other councillors may have different views or have expressed that it might be flooding the market, but my view is that when we're trying to get a holistic approach for the Learville Town Centre and looking at how what functionality could be used between the sites, it's much better to look at it holistically together, because one site may be better used for a particular purpose and then the other for another purpose. And we don't want tenderers to be doing the same functionality in both parcels, because then it's just redundant.
Councillor Alexander.
Considering them together does have some advantages, and we don't want them to both be the same. But also I think, and I would imagine that the future growth, including the high density levels, would be considered anyway, I suspect, but certainly considering them together is desirable, but perhaps not. If it doesn't work at the time, you don't have to do it.
So the CEO has just pointed out to me that there is only one EOI and both parcels of land can be considered together under the EOI. So yes. Administration, your view on this? I see you have your administration's comment here, but on this particular aspect of the alternate, which is now being moved as an amendment which is clause 2.2.
Through you, Mayor Cole, we are only proposing a single EOI for both parcels of land. Just in relation to the text in the proposed amendment about the City of Vincent retains the rights to car parking revenue on any development sites. The rights to any revenue from a developed site depends on the tenure arrangement that would be dealt with under the proposals and the business plan. So if we could just clarify that the City of Vincent will retain the right to public car parking revenue on public car parks, depending on where they may be if there were redevelopment. So just commercial car parking would be the responsibility of the landowner to any private land if or leased land. We couldn't assert rights for commercial car parking revenue on land or that we don't have either ownership or lease management of.
Yep, that's clear. So are you saying that if the wording was changed, and this would have to be accepted by the mover and seconder, which I'll just clarify with you in a moment, but if the wording was changed to the City of Vincent retains the rights to public car parking revenue on any developed sites for a number of public bays, would that then be acceptable?
Through you, Mayor Cole, yes, as long as we're just differentiating what becomes private and what becomes public.
Councillor Apollo, it is an important clarification. Are you happy to accept that wording?
No, because public parking there could be a situation where a private operator operates their own bays for the public. So I think the use of public parking is we won't have control of that. They would have control of that, but it's made available for the public.
Yeah.
Through Mick, just to clarify, by public, I mean government owned and managed. So if it's a public car park, it would be managed by the City of Vincent within our jurisdiction.
Provided we don't outsource, we could have the rights to the revenue and we could outsource it to a private operator to run on our behalf under our terms. So I think it's more about the right to the car parking revenue is probably the salient point.
Okay, well, we're leaving it as is. So then, look, I will speak against this because if we go ahead with this clause in the and add it to our motion, what it will effectively mean is that the City of Vincent can retain rights to car parking revenue over commercially provided car parking. So, for example, if one of the developments that could potentially be considered for this area was something like what we've looked at 140 Williams, 140 Frame Court, where you've got mixed use development, the car parking is the domain of the private commercial and residential residents and occupiers with some visitor car parking, which is there for the intention of visitors to that development to use. So parking is either private or parking is either public, and there's a very important differentiation to make there. So I can't support it on that basis. Well, you've said no, so we're dealing with the amendment as it stands. Councillor Gontaszewski.
I'm not supportive of this amendment, but largely because I think that it is ultimately not required. And at any rate, my understanding of the wording essentially is that the council is to note something and rather than say amend the attachments, which would be what is actually driving the process going forwards. From the CEO's response, it is clear that both parcels of land will be considered together so that that sentence is not required. And it says, while the City of Vincent retains rights to car parking revenue, I think ultimately that the draft selection criteria talks to the maintenance of bay provision and also has criteria in relation to, hold on, now I'm going to have to find it. Wait. Also has criteria in relation to potential immediate and long-term revenue opportunities for the city through public car parking arrangements. And so I think that's clarified there. And then the other thing is that I note, thanks to the amendment that was adopted into the substantive, that there is going to be a project plan, business case, OR materials and refined selection criteria with input from appropriate commercial expertise that will be coming back to council. And I think that that would be the point in time where if there was going to be anything that would be modified in the process, we would craft a form of words if they weren't there already, and I think they will be, that would actually modify the action, whereas this is just all about noting. So I think we need to be clear on what we're actually seeking to do. So I'm not supporting the amendment, but that's because I don't think it's necessary. I think it's already covered.
Councillors, any further comments on the amendment? Okay, I'll put it. All those in favour? All those against? Back to the substantive. Any further comments or amendments for those? Okay, look, I wasn't going to, this is a very big step forward for the City of Vincent. It's very late, so I'm not going to talk to it in great detail because the main thing is what the motion says and what the process is from here, but it is significant. And it is the case that we do this with the Leederville Precinct Plan behind us, and it does present some amazing opportunities for the City of Vincent, not only to further activate the Leederville Town Centre, but also presents opportunities for us to deal with our financial sustainability moving forward. We'll put the motion. All those in favour? I declare that carried unanimously. The next item is item 9.10, Woodville Reserve Landscape Plan. I believe this is just a small item of trees. Moved by Councillor Gontaszewski, seconded by Councillor Wallace.
Thank you, Mayor Cole. This is related to the amending the plan so that we're not removing some trees that we said we would remove. Hold on.
That's actually the amendment.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's it. I'm going to speak to that amendment. I've got nothing to say about the broad plan.
Councillor Wallace, Councillor Gonchevsky.
Thank you. I was at the site on the weekend. There's some established trees that are in situ, and I would like to remove them. They're proposed to be removed under this plan. I'd like to remove that from the plan. Have had advice from Note Administration's comment. However, we've received advice from the manager of Parks and Urban Green, and I will just read his advice to you. I've just come back from the site, and his assessment is as follows. Please note, I'm not a qualified arboriculturalist, however, I know my trees. 1, trees are definitely not Sydney wren gums. They are difficult to identify without fruit. However, I believe they're either flooded gums or Red River gums. Both the latter are still large trees, however, not known to have an overly aggressive nor invasive root system. The trees are natives, now established, therefore cannot be successfully relocated or transplanted. As they're relatively young, it is in my view that a root barrier can be successfully installed between the trees and the retaining wall as soon as possible without compromising the health of the trees nor the future integrity of the existing retaining wall. So I'd like to retain the trees on site until we've had an opportunity to confirm the advice. And I don't believe that it materially impacts this plan. Note the bowling club made some comments in relation to having concerns, but I believe that the bowling club's concerns can be noted and the city can ensure that it is getting advice from its technical staff in relation to the future of these trees outside the adoption of this master plan, development plan.
Thank you, Councillor Wallace. Anything from you? Okay. Councillors, anything on the trees? Look, I just wanted to say thank you to the men's shed because they weren't going to raise this with us as we're there for Christmas lunch, but they decided to at the last minute. I'm very, very glad that they did because if we don't have to lose trees, that's fantastic. So I'll put the amendment. All those in favour? Thank you. We're back to the substantive. Any further comments on the substantive motion? I'll put it. All those in favour? That's carried. Good night, Tara. At 11:15. We'll just continue on. Okay, the next item is 9.15, Complaints Management Framework Code of Conduct for Elected Members, Committee Members and Candidates. This was brought forward because it is an absolute majority decision required. Any comments on, I'll ask for move and seconder. Moved by Councillor Wallace, seconded by Councillor Loden. Do you wish to speak to it, Councillor Loden? Any comments? I'll put the motion. All those in favour? That's carried. Moving to the one infrastructure and environment item for the evening after a mammoth 16 for strategy and development. This is item 10.1, Asset Management and Sustainability Strategy Implementation Plan. Can I have a mover and seconder? Moved by Councillor Gonchevsky, seconded by Councillor Loden.
I have an amendment.
Councillor Loden, do you wish to speak to it before the amendment is brought forward? Okay, I'll go back to you, Councillor Gonchevsky.
Just to move the amendment on the green in relation to project initiation and project plans.
Is there a seconder for this amendment? Seconded by Councillor Loden.
I think it's explanatory and administration supports it. So,
Councillor Loden, does anyone wish to speak to the amendment? Okay, I'll put the amendment. All those in favour? Can people just focus on voting, please? Thank you. Are you not ready to? If you're not ready to, and you need to ask a question, then just let me know and I'll pause the vote. Yes, you sure can.
Thank you. So I'm just thinking, maybe it's just a point of clarification from administration on this, because I'm getting confused with this one and the item 11.9. Is there any crossover between asset management and sustainability implementation plan and the project management framework for strategic projects?
Through you, Mayor Cole, it's conceivable that a major upgrade to an existing building or asset could become a project if approved by council within the 4-year corporate business plan or capital works program. And then if council adopts a major upgrade or to a facility or an asset, then we'd use a project management framework to undertake those works. So there is a link, but they're sequential and they don't duplicate.
Just my second point then is the amendment that Councillor Gontaszewski is proposing here about how asset management and sustainability plans must be the project initiation and present the project plans. Is that consistent with the project management framework?
Through Mayor Cole, yes, we'd use our what we call the project management collateral, the templates, the forms, the processes, and the procedures to put together that project plan so they are presented to council in a consistent format.
So unless there are any further questions or comments, I'll move the amendment. All those in favour? Declare that carried. We're back to the substantive motion. Are there any further comments on the asset management and sustainability implementation plan? Okay, I'll move the motion. All those in favour? That's carried. Thank you. The next item is 11.9, review of the City of Vincent Project Management Framework and monthly update of strategic projects for 21-22. Have a mover, please. Moved by Councillor Gontaszewski, seconded by Councillor Loden.
I have an amendment.
Seconder was Councillor Loden. Okay,
Councillor Gontaszewski.
that's fine.
I want to move the amendment on the white, and I'm just going to, this is the agreed, I know, this is the wording in the red. Is this the same? I think that what is the amendment is in the how to change my project.
I did have a skim and I think it is the
different.
same.
Oh, is it?
It was hard to read
Project
now
management
and I had to
update.
see it on a screen and blow it up. Can we just have confirmation? Is that word for word with the amendment or have changes been made, administration?
Yeah, through you, Mayor Cole, in the font 543, the tiny font in red, that is the wording that Councillor Gontaszewski and I discussed late this afternoon. Whether or not it's legible, I'm happy to read it out.
Yes, I think that the wording that is in this section here,
the red section,
is
yeah.
what my amendment is. My amendment relates to this, not to this anymore. So it is, I'll read it. So it is to delete the section in the how to change my project page that starts with complete a change request when and finishes with the project will not be delivered within budget, and replace it with project managers will update the project risks and issues register each month. The project board will authorise utilisation of contingency budget or changes to extend project milestones by less than 2 months or 20%, whichever is the earliest. Council or executive, as per the original project approval, will approve additional budget requests, changes to agreed project scope, products or deliverables, and changes to project milestones where tolerances are not met. The project risk and issue register and change requests are to be submitted to the appropriate authority for approval as they arise or with the monthly status update. Change requests must be agreed and approved before they are implemented. Approval of a change request will re-baseline your project. I think it is appropriate for us to be quite clear and maybe a bit prescriptive, both. Oh, wait, do I have a seconder for that amendment?
I believe councillor Loden seconded.
No, I seconded the motion.
Oh, well, sorry.
I'm happy to
You're
second
happy
this
to
as well.
second, thank you.
Thank you, councillor Loden. I think it's reasonable for us to be a little bit prescriptive here to make sure there is clarity in relation to project changes, and that and who, I guess, who approves it, like where things go to a project board, and where things are expected to go to a higher level, like such as council or EMC. This is my reading of the project management framework, and these words have been developed in conjunction with the executive director. But I guess just to get confirmation, given that the wording on this is different to what's in the white above, the administration's comments in relation to the proposed wording.
Yeah, through you, Mayor Cole, I've supported Councillor Gontaszewski's crafting of the changes, and I'm supportive, and administration is supportive.
Thank you. Councillor Loden, do you wish to speak to this? Councillors, any comments? Okay, I'll put the amendment. All those in favour? Those against? Councillor Alexander voting against. We're back to the substantive. Any further commentary? Councillor Offlow.
Just a question to administration. One of the things that I sent in an email, and I just sent it to Wendy if it's relevant, is whether we want to include within the project management framework some specifications about some KPIs. That project shall measure the percentage complete as a tracking KPI for each month of the project for projects of over a certain size, and I recommended $200,000. The percentage complete is actually really important because it tells us a number of things. It's measured as the actual cost incurred on that particular project divided by the total forecasted cost over the life of the project, and therefore where we are progressing as we try and progress the project. It will tell us that it will tell us if a progress of a project is stalled because the percentage complete won't be moving over a number of months.
Yep.
It will tell us that the project is blowing up, i.e. if the percentage complete goes backwards because we've got it overrun, and then we'll see that as part of the KPI, and where the actual percentage complete versus budget complete.
Yep. Yeah.
So I'm wondering,
I understand the suggestion.
So whether the administration thinks that this is something that is worthwhile to put in, as well as who the project accountable person is within administration. And my third recommendation on this, for your opinion as to whether you think it's worthwhile, is whether, in addition to the monthly financial statements and expenditure reports, that we have one for this dashboard on projects and by the criteria that I've set. Because I think that would give council a better visibility on where we are with major projects.
Yeah, so through you, Mayor Cole, if council refers to attachment 2, the strategic project dashboard, that does actually cover a few of the things you're suggesting. We do have a percentage complete indicator on there. I will take some of your comments on board in terms of tightening up our parameters for how we calculate that. I think you've made some good suggestions there, but we do include percent complete for exactly the reasons that you've mentioned. We do have a monthly dashboard that we are reporting through to council. So I think we are substantively meeting those requests.
Then on that basis, I won't propose an amendment.
Thank you. Yeah.
Councillor Gontaszewski.
Apologies, Mayor. I've just realised that I should have also requested an amendment to attachment M in relation to project changes and project delivery. I guess just a question in relation to would administration consider that attachment M in relation to project changes that talks about a different process for approving variances and changes in certain circumstances would be compatible with the updated wording of the project management framework.
If I could just ask for clarification, Mayor Cole, are you referring to the changes that you've just made in the amendment? So I suppose what I would be suggesting is if Councillor Gonchachevsky's amendment has been passed, then I can then update attachment M to reflect that amendment. So at the moment they are incompatible because they've been developed at different times.
That would be useful. I guess I can potentially propose an amendment to, tweak that up. But I guess what I'm actually asking around is also the wording around sometimes the change or variance needs to be fast tracked or approved now. Examples of where a variance need to be approved immediately are below. Work needs to be done urgently to ensure immediate safety of staff or community. Not actioning a variance now will result in incurring a significant delay and impact to community amenity, or there'd be a significant cost impact from having to do the work at another time.
Mm-hmm.
I'd just like to move an amendment to delete the current attachment M and replace with wording that is in alignment with the updated project management framework. And that's the wording that I will propose and I will speak to it.
Is everyone following? I can just, yes.
Through you, Mayor Cole, and just to clarify, so what was amended previously was the guide. The attachments are just examples and visuals of the actual template that the project manager completes. So then there's a link to an online SharePoint template to complete. So we would synchronize the language in the guide as amended to make sure the template reflects that.
Will the wording in relation to approving variations that is not incompatible with the existing approved project management framework be deleted? I'm specifically asking about whether the guide for staff will essentially say at the front end of the document, this is how changes are approved, and in the how you implement it, it will give a whole bunch of ways in which you can go around the approved process. So I'm seeking your specific advice that I'm not adopting attachment M when we're approving the project management framework.
Yeah. Through you, Mayor Cole, I'm happy just for simplicity that we agree to delete attachment M. And then because I understand the intent of your amendment and I'll ensure that the supporting documentation reflects that.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm happy to put that forward as an amendment. Did I get a seconder?
Is there a seconder to delete attachment? Is it N or M?
M for Mary.
Councillor Hallett has seconded that. Do you wish to speak to it, Councillor Hallett? Any comments? All those in favour? It's adopted. Back to the substantive. Anything further on the project management framework, which I just noticed in the tabs is called property management framework, just in case that confuses anyone that looks that up in the future. Not on the actual
the document's
report
fine,
itself,
yeah.
the document's fine, just in the way it's tabbed. Okay, so then we can move on to item 1110, draft.
We need to move it past it.
Oh, sorry, I distracted myself by discussing the tabulation being incorrect. All those in favour? No, this is the actual, this is the review of the property of the project management framework with as amended. All in favour? Thank you. All right. Item 1110, draft annual report 2021, absolute majority decision required, which is why it was brought forward. Can I have a mover and seconder for this item, please? Moved by Councillor Loden, seconded by Councillor Hallett. Wish to speak to it, Councillor Hallett? Any comments? Can I put the motion? All those in favour? It's carried. Item 1111, Beatty Park project status update and change request. Another absolute majority decision required, but there is also an amendment sitting on the table. Can I have a mover and seconder for this item, please? Moved by Councillor Wallace, seconded by Councillor Apollo.
sorry, I don't wish to speak to it. I understand this amendment coming forward.
Thanks. Councillor Oplow.
I'd like to talk to this one because I think it's an important one. I think Beatty Park is many people will see it as a black hole in terms of cost. And I understand that we have a project, Beatty Park 2062, that addresses that. And I understand that administration will, circa March, April this year, have a more substantive plan, because I think it's important that as a local government that we look at this holistically and have a long-term view. We look at all the options in terms of commercialising the centre, and I think we've all got some creative ideas about how to do that. I wanted to speak to this item, which I support as is, but just to say that I did consider whether one of these items of spend could be deferred, because there is the resident ratepayer sensitivity to spend on Beatty Park. The electrical works in the grandstand clearly is a safety issue, and there's no problem with that. I think that's something that we must proceed with. The other works for the water ingress in the grandstand can be met with grant funding, so I didn't have a problem with that. The item, or the contentious item, which I think was worthy of consideration, was whether to defer the $850,000 of change rooms. And I guess the logic for that and the consideration for it was whether we could defer it to when we have a more holistic view in April, and then consider spending that along with a bigger parcel of works. But as I undertook my due diligence and discussions with administration, it turns out that part of that spend is in the older, in the newer part of the centre, and it was holding up some of the completion works for the water park, the indoor water park. Yep, so that was part of the 850. And I didn't see, after having those discussions with administration, that it was worth postponing that, because it's why break it up into two parts, which then could cost us more money. So for the sake of it, I think I would support this as is, but I think it is important to table in this forum for the benefit of the community who have had concerns about Beatty Park, that there is a plan and that we are endorsing some spend here, but that will close out a piece of works, and I think it's the right way to go. Thank you.
Councillors. Councillor Gontaszewski.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm pleased that Councillor Oplow has brought forward that discussion in this manner. I think that ultimately, when we're looking at expenditure and changes to projects, we do always need to consider, should we proceed? I too am satisfied that we should proceed. However, I think that there are a variety of reasons why the previous phase of the project would benefit from some review. And so I would like to move the amendment on the blue that requests a recommendation be inserted to request the CEO add the Beatty Park Leisure Centre Infrastructure Renewals Project to the city's internal audit plan for the review of governance, expenditure and project management processes.
Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Hallett. Just to speak to it, Councillor Hallett. Any commentary? Yep.
I did send a question earlier to Mayor Cole about this, as to whether whether it was necessary to put this in front of the internal audit plan just for Beatty Park, because one of the things with audit is that the audit is looking at governance, processes, internal controls, segregation of duties. And so the purpose of an audit is to look at that across the whole organisation. And so if there was no difference in the handling of the Beatty Park as a asset, why would we point out this in particular when the same principles could apply for internal audit against all of our assets?
Councillor Oplow, when I put out this amendment, proposed amendment, I included a reason, and I've also been incredibly busy dealing with the huge email traffic that's been generated by this council meeting. The reason I have put forward this amendment is that this is our most significant capital works project that we have undertaken in some time. We have had various requests to council to increase expenditure, and I have not always been satisfied that the change management process has been to the standard that I would like to see. And this will also help inform improvements that we can make to our project management framework.
So could I just clarify, is the process for BD Park different to the other assets?
In terms of expenditure, yes. In terms of it being a significant project for the city, yes. So scale, expenditure, all of those things. And what I'm highlighting is that there have been various times at which council has felt that there's room for improvement.
So in an audit process, what auditors do is they look at the processes. This is my area of expertise, and I'd like to talk to it if I may.
So I'm just trying to track where you're actually at with speaking. So this is your commentary now.
So I'm not allowed to make a comment?
Yes, you are. I'm just like one comment.
But I was interrupted and then I was...
No, you weren't interrupted. You asked me a question, which I answered.
Do you want me to be quiet?
No, I would like you to just say what it is that you need to say.
So I'm just saying that testing in an audit will look at the various assets and they'll go to the material assets. But the underlying thing of an audit is not particularly looking at one asset, it's looking at the process. And I had just had the question as to whether the process of how we look at spend under BD Park was that different, the process and the authorization process and the internal controls and the management of it. It's just a simple question as to whether that was different to all the other assets.
Through you, Mayor Cole, perhaps if I could assist with this, I think adding to your comment about the size and complexity of this project, I think it was unique in our asset management landscape because of some of the contextual issues that we faced. It was run during a COVID period. It had a number of stops and starts due to changes in scope relating to us accessing grant funding. So the way that project actually played out was quite unique. And if I'm understanding the intent of the amendment, it's actually to better understand how that project has actually operated and how we can draw lessons from that going forward and add that into our project management framework. But I do think that this was quite a unique and complex project in our experience. And so I do think that there are lessons to be learnt there.
Thank you, Director. Are there any further comments on the amendment? I'll put it. All those in favour? All those against? I apply voting against. That is carried. We're back to the substantive. Are there any further comments in relation to the BD Park project? Okay, I'll put the substantive motion. All those in favour? Declare that carried. The next item, the last item for this evening, is item 12.1, Council Recess Period 21-22, Delegated Authority to the Chief Executive Officer, Absolute Majority Decision. Can I have a mover and seconder for this item, please? Moved by Councillor Castle, seconded by Councillor Loden. Do you wish to speak to this item, Councillor Loden? Any comments? Can I put it? All those in favour? That is carried. Given that we do not have any confidential items for this evening, we have dealt with all of the business items on the agenda and we have met and we'll finish the meeting and at 11:09 p.m, which is a record for us in some time. I haven't seen an 11 o'clocker since the early days. So thank you all very much, everybody. Declare the meeting closed.